Reincarnated Lord, I can upgrade everything. C1 to 40. Chapter 1, Heartbreak Shanghai, China. 19:03 p.m. Screech. A sleek black car screeched to a halt before a grand hall. The door opened, revealing an unassuming man neatly dressed in a tuxedo. Today he was in his best look, unlike his usual rough and unkempt self. There were several luxury cars parked at every visible corner, and people garbed in crazily expensive attire could be seen everywhere. He couldn't be compared to them, but shockingly, he was the reason they could gather. This unassuming man was none other than Asher, a half-Chinese half-American and the mastermind behind the creation of the very first full dive game that promised gamers an experience that would keep them spellbound. Asher lifted his head and gazed at the digital billboard in the grand hall, which displayed the name of his most renowned creation. On the epic 3D screen was the name Boundless. Boundless was surely going to take the world by storm, as it featured a realistic gameplay in a virtual world. Players could choose either to be adventurers, creating guilds and hunting beasts, or lords, building their territories from scratch. Both offered rich and fulfilling experiences. A smile graced Asher's lips while the fingers of his right hand fiddled with a small black box. The box was inside his pants. Today was the day he would finally propose to the love of his life. He had known her from a very young age and studied at the same college with her overseas. A warm feeling inside of him kept him anxious, but in a happy way. After all, he had been in a relationship with Leah for a long time. I think it'll rain soon. We should hurry up and go inside. Asher heard someone from the background say. As he walked into the hall, several people recognized him immediately. Mr. Asher, your seat has been reserved in the front row. A man said it respectfully, along with a gentle bow. Asher responded with a soft smile before proceeding toward his seat. He could feel the stares from several people seated in the grand hall. Tonight was the celebration of their overwhelming achievement, so both the workers of X Gamers, the company Asher worked for, and their sponsors were gathered to celebrate before the grand launch the next day. Seeing the man, who looked to be in his late 60s, on the platform, Asher nodded before sitting down. That man was none other than the father of his Leah and the chairman of X Gamers. Oddly, Leah's father smiled back, but Asher could tell it was forced. There was no genuineness in his eyes, and it didn't escape Asher's notice. With creases, Asher sat in the front row. Everything Choi Kang, Leah's father said, went into one ear and out the other, as Asher was more concerned about Leah. Why isn't Leah here? He muttered under his breath. Without delay, he dialed her number, but it kept ringing. Right at this moment, Choi Kang lifted up a wine cup. A toast. Asher looked at his hand and discovered he also held a cup of wine. He was so focused on Leah's whereabouts that he didn't even notice when he took the wine from the servers. Choi Kang glanced at him. Asher frowned deeply. Also at this moment, a security man in a clean black suit walked up to him. Mr. Asher, Miss Leah wants to speak with you outside. Asher swiftly followed the security man, and just at the exit, Choi Kang's voice rang through the entire hall. A toast to the achievement of a world-breaking invention and a union that would cement the company's place at the top. Instantly, the lights went up, illuminating a beautiful couple. A tall black-haired man garbed in a navy blue suit linked his right arm with a charming blonde beauty whose emerald green eyes could easily capture the hearts of men. It's the successor of the Chen Group. Gasps filled the hall, but it was different for Asher. His eyes shook as he beheld his girlfriend with another man. His eyes zoomed in on the engagement ring she proudly wore. Leah. Disbelief colored Asher's expression. For a split moment, their eyes met, and he saw a subtle glimmer of affection that died out in the next moment. It seemed like she considered the options and came to a permanent conclusion. Leah. Asher snapped out of his shock and dashed forth, but two security men grabbed his arms. With the same momentum, they threw him out of the hall before he could cause a scene. The same security man that called him out walked up to Asher, who struggled with three other security men. Mr. Asher, your contract with X Gamers has expired. We are no longer in need of your service. Please leave this premises. The man's expression was cold and emotionless. Was this why Leah made me her boyfriend? Lots of thoughts came after this, clouding Asher's mind. Unable to put up a stand, he was tossed out to the sidewalk, and the gate shut against him. Just at that moment, droplets of water fell from the skies. Asher couldn't believe what had happened, but the cold water droplets washed away his lingering disbelief to the cold-hearted reality. All the years he spent working to make sure this project was a success ended with him losing his girlfriend to one of the top sponsors of the project and losing his job. This night was supposed to be the night all his dreams came true, but it became a nightmare. Leah, why a broken bar? His heartbroken voice drifted out as he walked on the sidewalk with slumped shoulders. All of a sudden, his sadness transformed into rage. You want to enjoy my hard work, huh? A cold glow flashed through his eyes. A few minutes later, a taxi stopped before the skyscraper. This was ex-Gamer's headquarters. Since he was known by the security, no one stopped Asher until he finally reached a specific floor, which he named the Brain. This was the control unit of Boundless. Asher clenched his fist so tight that his nails pierced his flesh, but his eyes remained steady. He looked at his work, his greatest creation, and picked up the black case he got from a supermarket and brought out a fire axe. Rumble. Lightning struck, reflecting his vicious eyes. Asher emerged from the roof after destroying nearly half of the memory unit. Panting heavily, he faced the receiver, a tall structure that receives signals from the satellite. The game was going to be launched in different zones. Each zone represented a country, so a satellite was needed. Turning to his right, he saw a digital billboard showcasing the image of an enchanting golden-haired elf. This was Leah, one of the main player-friendly characters, which he created with Leah, his girlfriend, as the source material. Seeing a character he once loved, hatred boiled in his heart. Asher ignored the rumbling thunderclouds and heavy downpour hitting his weak frame. He went for the thick wires on the white structure. Asher. Hearing that loud, piercing but familiar voice, Asher turned back and saw Chen Long, the man who took his girlfriend, standing at the door, pointing a cold black object at him. You destroyed everything. Chen Long screamed like a deranged man. When he got the information that Asher left, he felt something was wrong, but he was late. This madman had destroyed a project worth billions. Asher turned to face him. The company is yours. He smirked. Chen Long chuckled. At least I have the woman you've been chasing after for over a decade, but you lost everything, including your life. Bang. Asher looked down at his chest. He felt something warm gushing. Instantaneously, his vision became blurry. Lifting his head for the last time, he saw her rush out of the door, her eyes growing wider with each passing second. Maybe, just maybe, she felt regret. Thud. His body dropped to the ground. Whoozled, it's so cold. Instantly, the sound of the gunshot that took his life flashed in his head, causing him to sit up. Sweat beads could be found on his smooth, pale forehead. Asher first thought he was in the hospital, but as he looked at the fur-made quilt, his eyes dilated. What happened to my arms? He muttered, looking at his thin, pale white arms. He could easily see the bluish-green veins beneath his skin. Looking around, he realized his clothing was similar to the ancient Western-styled dressing that was dominant in Boundless. He slid out of bed and felt something caressing his shoulders. Clearly, this body wasn't his. His hair was so long that it reached his shoulder blades, and it was gray. This body, although sickly, was much stronger than his previous body. He glanced at the ancient bed and the thick fur quilt. Despite all the protection, he still felt cold, and the source was the open window. Asher looked at the mural of a gray-haired man sitting on a stone-made throne while a mighty white-furred creature lay beside him. The visual impact of the size of the creature, which was almost as tall as a building even as it lay down, made Asher stagger backward. Suddenly, his head throbbed, sending a painful reaction throughout his body. Ah! Asher screamed and fell on his knees. Memories of the owner of this body gushed into his brain. It came along with emotions, making him feel both pain, anger, regret, and finally helplessness. After what seemed like hours, Asher lay on the cold floor, breathing heavily. The owner of this body was Asher Ashbourne, the bastard child of Baron James Ashbourne, the famous baron who died in a brothel on top of a woman. As if that wasn't enough, his first son, Frederick, didn't rule for over a year before he was poisoned to death by Baron James' second son, Thomas. Thomas also didn't last more than a month before he was killed by a beast during a hunt. However, before then, he made sure Asher was slowly poisoned, and eventually, Asher died 2 months after Thomas' death, allowing the soul of Asher from Earth to possess his body. Asher felt all Asher Ashbourne felt. Being locked inside this room and only allowed to eat vegetable soup with black bread was Asher Ashbourne's life. He was even too weak to leave his bed and eventually passed away. Knowing all these, Asher's eyes trembled. This was the backstory of the most pitiful Lord character in Boundless. This character was created by another programmer, and the intention was to fill up the holes in the virtual world to make it more realistic. To put it simply, he became a character worse than an extra. Never did Asher think he would transmigrate into his game. He wanted to convince himself that he might be in some kind of nightmare, but the emotions he felt from Asher Ashbourne's memories were stuck to his brain. Asher had to accept reality. He had reincarnated into the real-life world of Boundless and was a pitiful lord who could be killed by his subordinates. Even worse, Ashbourne's fief was located in the wastelands, a desolate land that was always ravaged by monstrous creatures every winter, and if he guessed right, then in mere months it would be winter. Asher's face grew paler. I'm doomed. Of all the characters in Boundless, I had to transmigrate into the body of a pathetic noble. While Asher ruffled his hair, the wooden door creaked as it was swung open and a tall, lean man walked in. His leather boots almost reached his knees. The moment Asher looked at the man's face, he recognized him instantly. This white-haired man, who also had well-trimmed beards, was the head butler, Galvin. A 60-year-old man and also a bronze-ranked swordsman. Having a bronze-ranked butler wasn't abnormal for a barony, but after Asher's father, who was a silver-ranked swordsman, there was no other silver-ranked swordsman, and the title of a baron was at risk of being taken away. It was better when Asher's brothers were ruling, as they were both bronze-ranked swordsmen and had chances of becoming silver-ranked swordsmen, but Asher wasn't even an iron-ranked swordsman. He was an ordinary man. A sickly one at that. Upon seeing Asher on the ground, Kelvin exclaimed, "Lord Asher." Despite being ignored by everyone, including the servants, Asher still had one person that took care of him, and it was Kelvin. If there were stats, his loyalty stat was maxed out. In Boundless, everyone must awaken a talent before they will be able to train, moving from ordinary to iron rank, bronze rank, silver rank, gold rank, and so on. Melee-type combatants trained the battle force, while range-type combatants like mages trained the magi force. Kelvin awakened a D-grade talent, so his peak was the gold rank, which was the rank of knights, but Kelvin was already 60, and he was still stuck in the bronze rank. This was due to the impoverished barony. "I'm all right," Asher said to Kelvin, but he still found himself on the bed. While covering him with quilts, Kelvin admonished him. "Lord Asher, I know you're worried about the state of the barony, but you must first take care of yourself." All of a sudden, his breath hitched as he recalled where he found Asher. It had been 12 years since Asher moved his limbs, and he was now 22. "You moved?" he gasped. "Goo-goo." Asher's stomach rumbled before he could come up with a response. Asher sat on his bed, looking at the black bread and steaming hot vegetable soup. Kelvin brought it for him after his stomach's announcement. He couldn't bring himself to eat it. It was almost to the extent that he almost threw up, and this was just at the sight of it. "Kelvin, I'm not eating this anymore. I crave for meat." As one of the spearheaders of creating Boundless, Asher was proficient in speaking like a medieval man, and he also knew all the native languages, especially Elven. "My lord, I've kept this from you for a long time, but you've been restricted to only staying in this room and eating this specific meal." Asher's eyebrows raised. "I'm the last remaining son of my father and direct heir to this fief, so who could give such orders? I/N, please show this work some love with your power stones." Kelvin pondered revealing this crucial information to his recuperating lord, but after a long time of deliberating and seeing Asher's persistent stare, he puffed out and spoke. "Peter, the chief knight to your father and 2 brothers, is secretly ruling over the barony without the knowledge of the people. He plans to take over, and with most of your military captains and their men having fled to other baronies, the weaker few have submitted to him." Asher's expression grew ugly. What was the reason for such pitiful transmigration? What rank is he? Peak bronze? Peter shook his head. Peter has drained the gold in the family's vault to obtain powerful battle force art. It propelled him to the silver rank in the last 3 months. It's best we think of a way for you to escape and find allies. Asher lowered his head. There was no way for 50 bronze-ranked swordsmen to bring down a skilled silver-ranked swordsman, and he only had Kelvin. The owner of the body he possessed had once been a prodigy well known by nobles in the wasteland. He was so talented that even Count William Tigris betrothed his 15-year-old daughter, who awakened an S-grade talent that made her a mage to him. Asher could still feel the lingering emotions of the dead Asher concerning his affection and fondness for Leah Tigris, the elven girl. She was no doubt the most ravishing beauty he had ever seen in his life. Her mother was an elf whom Count William found in the depths of the forests during one of his great expeditions. After the racial war, other races were almost extinct, and this made Leah the center of attention. She was both attractive and blessed with great talent. After he awakened this illness, which killed his mother instead of a talent, Count Tigris swiftly withdrew his daughter. His father, losing all hope, became a womanizer, and his brothers revealed their envious attitudes by not tending to him until they died. Leah again. Asher felt as if a sharp knife was lodged in his chest, and he couldn't pull it out. He had never thought the Leah in this world would do almost the same thing to this body. It seemed like in any life, he was destined to be the one being dumped and cast aside. "My lord," a broken bar. Kelvin placed his hand on Asher's back, concern flickering in his eyes. "Soul binding successfully completed. Host, you have awakened the Lord upgrade system. With me present, all things can be upgraded to your subordinates, territory, magic beasts, treasures, and equipment through methods of criteria fulfillment, quests, direct fusion, and much more." Asher's facial expression changed when he heard that female voice inside his head. Dring. Upgrade mission. Head butler Kelvin had fulfilled the criteria to be upgraded to become a silver-ranked swordsman. "Would you like to upgrade him? Yes or no? Is this the said golden finger some protagonists have in novels? I never thought transmigration was possible, but even golden fingers are too? Did those authors know about this and hide it from the world?" Asher's expression brightened. As he lifted his head and saw Kelvin, an attribute panel appeared in his retina. Name, Kelvin. Age, 60. Rank, bronze. Talent, perfect memory. C. Job, swordsman. Loyalty, 97. I knew his loyalty stats would be staggering. With no lingering doubt, Asher clicked yes just by agreeing in his mind. In the next moment, a beam of light formed a cocoon around Kelvin. And in the same fashion of a caterpillar stepping out as a beautiful butterfly, Kelvin emerged from the cocoon with all the wrinkles of age gone, his back straighter, and his aura much more astounding. A brand new pair of gold-rimmed round glasses that had no handle could be found on Kelvin's nose, and his refined aura made him more like the head butler of a rich and powerful noble family. Asher was amazed that not just Kelvin's rank was upgraded but also his physique, attire, and bearing. He was on a whole new level. He blinked, still astounded by the insane ability of his golden finger. If he could upgrade things, Maybe there was a chance he would be able to salvage what remained of the barony. After all, that was the name of the system, Lord Upgrade System. Ma broken bar, my lord. Kelvin half kneeled and bowed his head. You awakened. His tone was reveling in shock and amazement. He didn't know what sort of talent his lord awakened, but it was certainly a high-grade one. For an unexplainable reason, he knew the sudden burst of essence around him happened because of his lord. This was the system's way of making sure people knew it was Asher, which would directly increase their loyalty and respect. Asher looked at Kelvin and smiled. Speaking about the system would simply be foolishness on his part, even if Kelvin's loyalty had reached its peak. After the upgrade, he could see Kelvin's loyalty had reached 100. There was no way Kelvin could be made to betray him, meaning he was safe around Kelvin. My lord, how did you do that? Kelvin asked humbly as he got to his feet. I think it's my talent. Asher moved his fingers around with a soft smile on his pale face. Can you defeat Peter now? There's a lot of information and experience that has remolded my muscle memory, so I should be as good as him, though I don't think I can handle both him and his army. Having heard Kelvin, Asher had a deep frown. Where's Sirius? Asher suddenly asked the moment his eyes crossed the mural. He recalled that the Ashbournes always had guardian pet beasts, which were from the family of wolves. The mighty beast that lay beside the man sitting on the throne was his pet beast. That beast was Shura, a mighty creature that once shook the immortal empire before the collapse of the empire. Then, the Ashbournes were of high esteem, but now their mighty pet beasts were just polar wolves. Asher recalled that it had been 2 years since he had seen Sirius. Sirius was his pet beast, which was given to him by his father. Peter chained it. Your father and your brother's wolves are also in the dungeons. He has been trying to force them to submit to him. Asher's eyes flashed with a cold gleam when he heard that. Take me there. Tapk. Tapk. The feet of 2 men rang as they made their way through the narrow passage leading to the exit of Asher's designated quarters. Knock. Knock. Creak. The wooden door swung open, and 2 guards looked at Kelvin before tilting their heads to the side and seeing Asher. Their eyes went dark. He is not allowed to leave this place, one said with a mean tone. Kelvin merely harumphed, took a sudden step that was too fast for them to see, and hit their necks, knocking them out cold. As their bodies fell to the ground, he turned toward Asher. My lord. Let's go on. Asher gave a nod and followed him. Those 2 guards were iron-ranked swordsmen, powerful enough to stop the former Kelvin, who was a bronze-ranked swordsman without much experience, but his upgrade took not just his rank but his overall combat rating to a much higher level. After those guards, they faced no one else until they were at the back exit of the small stone castle. Kelvin told Asher to wait so he could get a hood, so Asher crouched at a dark corner, watching maidservants and guards, who were supposed to be afraid of him, pass by. The guards barely had enough leather armor parts to protect their whole body, so almost all of them wore breastplates and held wooden spears. Are we going to fight a beast tied with that? Some beasts in Boundless are taller than walls of great cities, and the wastelands are known to be the home of beasts, yet little is done to improve the military. No wonder the barony is declining. While he waited, a maid carrying well-arranged clothes, which by looks were meant for the most powerful person in the castle, which is Peter, who has claimed the title of Baron, stumbled and crashed to the ground. Asher's heart almost leapt out of his chest. The moment anyone found out he could move, Peter would kill him. As the maid arranged the clothes, she heard rushed breathing and turned toward Asher, who squeezed himself into a spot. Lord Asher? Her eyes went wide. Instantly, the system kicked in as Asher's eyes met hers. Name, Mary. Age, 23. Rank, none. Talent, none. Job, ex-young Lord Asher's personal maid. Currently a castle maid. Loyalty, 70. Seeing her loyalty, Asher calmed himself. Mary. A broken bar. His soft voice fell into her ears. Lord Asher. It's actually you. Don't tell anyone you saw me. He whispered. Mary's eyes grew wide. Lord Asher. Are you leaving? Upon seeing her shoulders slight trembling and her quivering lips, Asha knew she took him as the only hope of escaping the current ruler. No wonder her loyalty was still high. It was because he still lingered in her heart. "I won't." Asha smiled. That smile boosted her confidence, and she got up and left. Even while leaving, she kept looking back to check if he would magically vanish. Not long after she left, Kelvin appeared with a hooded cloak. Asha swiftly put it on, covered his iconic grey hair, and they left the castle. His eyes stung. A mild throbbing pain came from them due to the contrast between the dim castle and the bright courtyard basking under the rays of the sun. "Keep a safe distance away from me," Kelvin said in a low tone, quickening his steps. Naturally, as the head butler, he attracted gazes from the citizens, and most of them weren't polite ones, but they feared his power. Give the Baron's bastard son his rightful position. He might be a cripple, but at least we'll see food to eat. From nowhere, a stone came hurtling toward Kelvin, but his heightened senses and quick reflex gave him the ability to catch the stone and crush it to dust. Having seen such power, not only the people but even Asha were shocked at Kelvin's might. "You want to put your burdens on a man who struggles to stay alive? You that want the Baron's bastard son, why don't you come out and give me good reasons?" Kelvin then turned to Asha after no one responded. Asha nodded and followed him. "That man was sent by Peter to draw you out so the people would see how unreliable you are and no one would oppose his rule," Kelvin whispered into Asha's ear. Asha squinted. He had thought it was an innocent citizen who was unable to hold back anymore. After all, there were protests from where he came from. "That's serious." Asha looked at where Kelvin pointed, and he saw a skinny white wolf laying close to the edge of the wooden cage. The large wooden cage had two other wolves. One was quite big and had reached the bronze rank. It was his father's wolf. The second was also quite big but a little smaller than the first, and it was Asha's eldest brother's wolf. It was also at the bronze rank but had a weaker aura. Sirius was just an ordinary wolf. Asha couldn't train it before he fell sick. It's been 12 years since then. These white wolves weren't ordinary wolves found in the wastelands. They were called polar wolves and had been with the family from the founding ancestor. Polar wolves had bear-like limbs and powerful jaws that had a stronger bite force than that of a jaguar. They could grow as big as a fully grown human at their peak. After the bonding ceremony, both Asha and his pet beasts now shared the same lifespan, and as his wolf grew stronger, he would also grow. They were bonded by flesh and blood. He was to be its master, and it was to be his guardian. Asha felt a pang in his chest, seeing Sirius like that. He could feel it wanting to come meet him but had fallen ill. The other wolves looked at him arrogantly. Peter has been trying to subdue them but couldn't, so he sent them far away from their home. The polar wolves is an Ashborn birthright. No outsider can ever change that. Asha said with an unshakable belief. "You mentioned fusing. Can I fuse the other wolves to upgrade Sirius? Do you want to fuse 2 polar wolves to Sirius, your pet mount? Yes or no?" Asha naturally clicked yes, and the other 2 bronze-ranked wolves were hurtled towards Sirius by an unseen force. The moment they hit Sirius, a ball of light enveloped them like a cocoon. As the light died down, a 6-foot-tall and 12-foot-long white wolf with thick limbs similar to those of bears had deadly curved claws that sank deep into the ground. The energy of a silver-ranked beast emanated from the majestic creature. Its cold eyes were like those of a king of beasts. Calm yet murderously piercing. "Ice a broken bar that a broken bar Sirius?" Kelvin's lips quivered. Upgraded beast, polar wolf king. Instantaneously, Asha's muscles bulged up. He felt slight discomfort throughout his body for a split moment before it normalized. The slight increase of his muscles was quite noticeable, as previously he looked skinny and sickly pale, but now his bones were well covered with muscles, transforming him from a weak youth to a fit one. His face became more structured, and his eyes possessed the glint of a fearsome wolf. Although his strength wasn't at the silver rank, he had risen from the ranks of ordinary men, skipping the iron rank and becoming a bronze-ranked warrior. To rise in the ranks of any profession, practicing battle force arts was crucial, but Asher's butler had just watched the impossible happen. His lord had moved from a sickly man to a bronze-ranked warrior, and not just that, this advancement happened in one day. Sirius came and nudged its head against Asher's chest, and he stroked it with a soft smile. "I'm glad you're back on your feet, buddy." Kelvin watched the reunion with a trembling heart. He did not know what kind of talent his lord awakened, but that talent defied all terms of understanding. He had read lots of history books, but this sort of talent had never been mentioned. With such ability, his lord could build a powerful army to withstand the beast tide this upcoming winter. Inside the stone castle's dining hall, two identical men clad in leather armor stood at the other end of the dining table, staring at a stout man seated at the head of the table feasting on a roasted pheasant. This brown-haired man was none other than the sole silver-ranked swordsman in Ash Town, Peter, chief guard to James Ashbourne, Frederick Ashbourne, and Thomas Ashbourne. A row of 3 maids stood at his right, and another row stood at his left. Alex, the famous sword and shield twins, what brings you here? Alec, who had a bigger frame and a rectangular shield attached to his back, furrowed his eyebrows. Winter is coming, and with it a horde of beasts. We haven't recovered from the last one. Our walls are weak, most of our men have deserted, and the ones remaining are not properly trained nor well fed. And yet, you sit here all day eating. Peter frowned. A whitish-silver force billowed out of him, and his eyes also grew sharper, almost as sharp as literal blades. Don't forget you are speaking to a silver-ranked swordsman. His voice dropped a few degrees. Alex, the one who had a heavy sword attached to his back, held his brother's arm and took a step forward. Sir Peter, we need to see Baron Thomas's kid brother. We are rightfully supposed to speak to him, not you. Alex's tone was calm, respectful, but blunt. You want to see the brat who can't even feed himself? On the contrary, I abhor to eat those ill-prepared meals anymore. The moment that voice rang, everyone, including the maids, turned to the large wooden doors. The doors swung open, revealing Asher on the back of a terrifying wolf. Just seeing him reminded them of the Ashbournes of the legends. Is that the man you call sickly? Alec raised an eyebrow. Upon seeing Asher, Peter threw the heavy dining table toward him and rushed toward the wall. Alex acted instantly as he unsheathed his sword and sliced the table into 2 while his brother was already at the back. His shield was before him. The table slammed his shield, but Alec perfectly withstood the impact. Asher was amazed by the twins, who acted like one flesh, but dealing with Peter was of utmost priority. At this moment, Peter had reached the wall and grabbed the sword hung on it. As he brandished the sword, a silver blazing force billowed out of him in the form of burning flames. The temperature of the hall increased instantly, but Sirius snorted, and the temperature dropped. Asher came down from his pet, and a glint flashed through his eyes. An order was given, and Sirius acted swiftly. It launched toward Peter, smacking the sword out of the experienced swordsman's hands and ripping his chest open. Sirius also had a grudge toward this man that had been tormenting it for years. Peter stared at his chest and at Asher with disbelief. I grew tired of eating black bread and vegetable soup. Asher managed to say before Sirius chomped down. After watching Sirius devour Peter, the swordsman they all feared, Alex, and the maid half kneeled and bowed their heads at him. Lord Asher. Kelvin smiled and followed his lord to the head seat. Asher sat down and looked at the hall. It did not have enough space to accommodate the future size increase of his pet beast with the dining table and chairs. Good thing it was destroyed. From now on, this hall will be called the Sacred Hall. Indeed, the sacred means it was a place for an Ashbourne lord and his pet beast. His subordinates and vassals were allowed, but for a small amount of time. There would be no seat except his own. He got this from the mural in his room. As he sat down, Kelvin stood on the right side of his seat, and Sirius lay before him. Judging by how it looked at Alec and Alex, it might still be hungry. Cold sweats soaked their backs. "Who are you?" Asher's young, authoritative voice fell into their ears. "We're your servants, Lord. Captains of your troops. Criteria fulfilled. Both warriors are commander-level material. Would you upgrade Alex to silver-ranked swordsman and Alec to silver-ranked shieldman? Yes or no?" Asher's eye glowed. Commander-level materials, according to Boundless, meant these twins had at least B-grade talents. Since they already spoke up for him before he came and deemed themselves his servants, Asher decided to upgrade them, as Kelvin had informed him about winter, which was dangerously close. When winter came, the depths of the wasteland would become too cold for the beasts, so they would run to warmer places, and Ashtown happened to be the first human settlement between hordes of beasts and human civilization. Because of this, he needed a powerful army, and a strong army needed great leaders. With an understanding of the perilous times ahead of his fief, Asher clicked the yes option, and instantaneously, both men were covered in bright white light that blinded the sight of the maids, causing them to gasp. When the light died down, two men appeared. Alex, the swordsman, now had a streamlined body with a wider upper torso, which supported his muscular arms. His arms were equipped with powerful muscles to lift his heavy sword. The sword at his back was upgraded from iron rank to silver rank. It now possessed the image of a wolf on the hilt, and the blade was as black as a night without the two moons. His brown leather armor transformed into a grey gambeson, and his forearms were protected by thick brown leather vambraces. A thick cloak with fur padding on the shoulder blades appeared on him, along with leather boots that seemed to be made by the best shoemaker. All these were all silver-ranked equipment. Above that, his aura skyrocketed. His eyes had sharp gleams akin to those of a silver blade reflecting under the sun. Beside Alex was his brother Alec, and his frame had grown bigger. He looked like a bear standing on its 2 feet. His muscles were bulging, and his face was stern and expressionless. The rectangular shield behind him had transformed into an iron shield, and the same went for his armor. His shield grew to almost 6 feet tall. His armor was similar to Alex's, but instead of leather parts, it was hard metal. Upon noticing their current looks and strength, both men went on one knee and bowed their heads. "Rise." As they got to their feet, Asher locked eyes with them, and their panels appeared. Name: Alex. Age: 35. Rank: Silver. Talents: Telepathy, A. Blade Master, C. Job: Swordsman. Loyalty: 95. Talent description: Telepathy, a unique passive talent that connects the minds of 2 or more persons, giving them the ability to communicate without words and read each other's external thoughts. Blade Master: a rare melee-type active talent that increases the strength of a swordsman by 30%. This talent blesses the person with unnatural control and understanding over all sharp weapons, especially the sword. Name: Alec. Age: 35. Rank: Silver. Talents: Telepathy, A. Strength enhancement, A. Job: Shieldman. Loyalty: 98. Description: Strength enhancement is a passive talent that increases an individual's strength by 2-folds with every rank increase. Both of them have 2 talents. These twins aren't normal, and they would have rot here as bronze-ranked captions. Asher breathed out softly. "I want a report on the state of my territory." Alec and Alex looked at Kelvin, who shook his head and turned toward Asher. "We have a force of 200 iron-ranked soldiers in their 40s and a population of a bit over 5,000. Our walls are weary, and most of our soldiers are afraid of the next winter. There's a high probability that they might flee to other baronies like the other deserters." Kelvin took a deep breath after taking a good look at Asher's face. "The people are hungry and not protected from wild beasts, so their loyalty toward you is really low, my lord. And finally, there's a debt of 100,000 gold coins, of which we are to pay 5,000 coins monthly." Asher closed his eyes. The state of his territory was the worst it could be. He had citizens that weren't loyal to their lord anymore, a weak and untrustable army, walls that would crumble soon, and a massive amount of debt on his head. Who borrowed such an amount of money? Kelvin could detect a slight tinge of anger in Asher's tone. Your father and 2 brothers. And what was it used for? Kelvin cleared his throat upon hearing that. He shot the maids a glance, and they fled with relieved faces. Staying in that hall with a terrifying wolf was traumatizing. Especially after they watched it consume a man they'd served for years. Your father borrowed 10,000 gold coins from the mercenary who goes by the name Baron Snow and spent it in brothels. He slept with 3 women every night and splurged on women of high class in the city of Count Tigris. 2 months later, he borrowed another 10,000 gold coins. Several minutes later. And Master Thomas, while being Baron, borrowed 2,000 to start an expedition to reclaim our mines, but was killed by one of the abyss creatures. The money was wasted on his treatment and feeding the army until it finished. Asher looked at Kelvin. What a proper way to inform me that your talent is perfect memory. Upon hearing that, Kelvin was stunned. My lord, how did you know? Humphrey. Asher's snort made him retreat. Meanwhile, Asher did that to avoid further questions. You mentioned mine. I never knew we had mines. We do, my lord, but it has been taken over by abyss creatures. Alex replied respectfully but audibly. Asher squinted. He saw an opportunity in this. If his system had a space for criteria fulfillment, if his soldiers experienced a battle, wouldn't they upgrade? I must first start by nurturing a strong army before looking into upgrading the territory, or else I might just make this place a heaven for others to snatch. Lifting his head, Asher gazed at his captions. Gather your troops, we shall regain our mines tonight. Although Alec and Alex saw it as impossible, they decided to trust in the miracle he already did. After they left, Asher turned to face Kelvin. I'm hungry. I also need a bath before I leave to reclaim the mines. Kelvin was beyond stunned. He couldn't understand where his 22-year-old lord got this much confidence. This was the same place his father avoided. His eldest brother feared after scouting, and where his second elder brother died. My lord, sometimes overconfidence isn't good. Abyss creatures are nightmarish beings able to rip a human into 2 with their bare arms. Leading our army there is suicidal. Asher smiled. He got to his feet and stroked Sirius's head. The white wolf squinted, enjoying his caresses. Trust me, Kelvin. I know what an abyss creature is, but I also know that once we reclaim it, I'll gain the people's trust, and there will be jobs for the male citizens. More importantly, the army will never remain the same after this battle. A determined glow reflected in his eyes. With an army of 200 men who were already waning in strength and were only under him because they had no place in other baronies, Asher went to the mines. On their way, he could hear their whispers as they gazed at his pet beast, Sirius. His presence meant little, but Sirius was the morale booster for 200 men. Just the thought of them putting their trust in a beast and underestimating him made Asher shake his head inwardly. Asher turned his head toward his troop. All of them wore worn-out clothing and held wooden spears and shields made from the tall trees found in the mountains that surrounded Ashtown. His ancestors were wise to build the town in a place strategically advantageous to them. For an enemy to attack them, they would have to climb the mountains. The thought of his enemies climbing thousands of feet made Asher chuckle. The town was located in a valley surrounded by tall trees, which led up to the thick mountain forests populated with beasts of different sizes and nature. After looking at his troops, Asher only saw an advantage in their discipline. 100 of them were shieldmen, and the other 100 were swordsmen. Although they did not look frightening due to their attire, their united marching and strict formation were noteworthy. After resting at different spots, Asher arrived at the mines when the day had turned to night and 2 moons were high above the floating dark clouds. One was silver and the other was purple. Standing on high grounds, Asher looked down at the tents made from animal skins littered about. Hulking green-skinned humanoid beings with tusks protruding out of their lips moved about, clad in nothing but animal skins about their waists. Only the females had a covering around their chests. He noticed some stood as watchmen and held the bones of beasts as their weapons. Although those bones weren't sharp, Asher did not doubt the damage it could cause as a blunt weapon. Lord Asher. There are about 400 orcs in total. Alex unsheathed his sword, stabbed the ground, and leaned against it. All those orcs, and you tell me there are only 400? He meant 400 capable of fighting. Not including those inside the tents. Alec responded to Asher. Right at that moment, an orc much bigger than the others wearing a garment made of wolf skin emerged from the biggest tent with a sizable, intricate silver iron ore in his hands. As he lifted it up, the other orcs began to yell and scream. They also lifted up their own. All they said sounded like gibberish in Asher's ears. This looks like some sort of ritual, so there should be none inside the tent. Especially those capable of fighting. Asher spoke with narrowed eyes. They use our ore to summon and sacrifice it to their minute or deity. Upon hearing that, Asher's expression became solemn. They have a stronger ranked entity than gold. Alex shook his head. I don't think so. They simply take those ores into a cave and wait for their deity to eat his meal. They're quite dumb up there, but when it comes to strength, only bronze-ranked warriors can match. Asher then responded. How will your men fare against 400? With me, my brother, and Sirius, we should be able to weaken the pressure, but they won't survive a one-on-one battle, and they're already twice our number. Alec responded with knit eyebrows. Their number advantage makes it better for us. We'll take advantage of the slope. Prepare the shieldmen at the front and the swordsmen behind. Once the formation of the shieldman is broken, the swordsman will take the stage. Alex and Alec were dumbfounded. Why would their lord say such things? How is twice the number better in any way? After the shieldmen arranged their triangular formation with their spears ready to pierce through their enemies, Asher turned to his wolf. Inform them of our presence. Awoo! Awoo! Sirius' earth-shaking howl made the orcs turn. Instantly they sighted that huge white wolf at the top of the hill, and it was seemingly alone. Normally, only a few would go after it, but the orcs could perceive that the strength of this wolf was uncommon. And the second their leader mentioned using it as a feast, the orcs ran toward the hill. Suddenly, out of nowhere, 100 orcs began to whistle, and large, stout grey wolves came out of the other side of the forests. The orcs, along with their leaders, mounted the wolves and went after Sirius. Sirius purposely retreated into the hill where the orcs could no longer see it, causing them to increase their speed. They were shouting and making all sorts of sounds until the first batch arrived at the hilltop. The sharpened wooden spears of well-prepared shieldmen pierced through their thick skins, drawing blood as they were drawn out. Without delay, they took a step forward and thrust out their spears, nailing down the second batch. Instantaneously, 30 orcs were dead. The next group was over 20, and the shieldmen opened up a space, forcing them into their circle. In no time, 20 orcs were pierced to their deaths. The formation was so destructive that Asher's mouth almost dropped. Although they looked like the worst, the constant fight against beasts every winter had forged them to be keen warriors. Their skyrocketing morale plunged when the wolf-riding orcs arrived. The first wall of shieldmen broke as the orcs swung their bone clubs at such speed that some shieldmen's shields shattered. Sirius. Asher, who stood at the back, bellowed. Sirius launched out, clawing 2 orcs in their wolves. Its presence drew the attention of the wolf-riding orcs, and Asher ordered Sirius to lead them away with their mental connection. He then looked at the chaos going on at the forefront with solemn eyes. Alex stood at the front, leading his shieldmen. His yells broke through the sounds of clashing, keeping the formation from breaking. Sirius has created an opening. Go from the right side now. Alex nodded and led the swordsman to come from the right instead of the shieldmen's back. As Alex closed the gap, he leapt into the air and swung his sword, cleanly killing an orc. The orc's body had not even touched the ground when Alex weaved through 2 more and flicked away the blood from his sword. 3 dead. He muttered under his breath. While Alex went about harvesting lives with masterful swings of his sword, his men wielding swords and round shields came after him. They were much lighter than the shieldmen, whose shields were almost as tall as they are. Seeing his brother moving through the orcs and leaving dead bodies in his trail, Alec got fired up. "Shields!" he bellowed, and the shieldmen around him ducked behind their shields, narrowly avoiding bone clubs. Alec dashed out of the formation and slammed his foot against an orc. The impact of a silver-ranked shieldman, especially one with a talent that increases his strength twice as much as normal, launched the orc backward. Alec used his shield to defend himself from the attack of another orc, and at the same time, he pierced through another orc at his right. "Ah!" he grunted heavily. As he pulled back his shield from the other, he spun, swinging his spear with so much momentum that the sound of the shaft hitting the other orc's head went far. Thud. The orc fell. Alec looked back and saw his men were struggling to keep the formation as more orcs caught up. They had lost their advantage of surprise, so it was up to their skill and tenacity. "Where is Lord Asher?" He looked around and spotted Asher ahead of him. Asher, who was supposed to be at the back, was now before the slope, pulling his spear out of an orc. He was sweating profusely. Before Alec could panic, he saw his brother going toward Asher. After watching a soldier die under the brutal attack of an orc, Asher lost it. By the time he recovered, he was already standing above the orc with the spear of the dead soldier. "Hoo-hoo!" he breathed heavily. "Lord!" Alex's voice fell into his ears. Asher turned and saw Alex coming toward him. The intensity of viciousness in his men's eyes had doubled as they saw him exact revenge on their fallen comrade. "For Lord Asher!" Alex yelled with his sword raised high. "For Lord Asher!" With the morale back on its feet, they fought till they had to chase the remaining orcs to their tents and thrust their weapons through them. Only a few female orcs were found, but no young orcs. This made Asher come to the conclusion that they fought against an orc army and not against a tribe, as he first thought. Nevertheless, the females weren't spared. After all, what were they going to do with barbaric female orcs? While some soldiers ransacked the tents, others gathered the bodies of their dead, and after counting, Alec came to Asher. "We lost 30 men. 18 shieldmen and 12 swordsmen." Alec's tone was heavy, laden with the news of sorrow that also lingered in the depths of his eyes. Asher shut his eyes for a long while and opened them. "Prepare their bodies. We'll bury them." He turned and left. I did not see any sign of sorrow in his eyes. "Is our Lord going to be a heartless one?" Alec asked, but at the same time, it seemed as if he already had an answer. He turned and was about to leave when Alex called him back. Both of them traced Asher's path and found him sitting by a tree with his head lowered. Unlike them, Asher felt more pain, which was why he found it harder looking at their corpses. Being a lord seemed easy when it was a game, and you knew those characters were NPCs, but here, he faced reality. The burdens of their deaths weighed on him. "I had a feeling he wasn't what you thought," Alex said, and was about to go comfort Asher when his twin brother held his arm. "Don't. He needs some time alone." Although Alex's face remained expressionless, a gleam of recognition flashed through his eyes. Asher was a young lord indeed. After a while, Asher returned to see his men camped around fire, roasting their breakfast. Although the skies were still dark, it wouldn't be long before first light. Once the soldiers saw him, their chattering was quenched, like when a sword fresh out of the forge was dipped into water. "Lord Asher," a broken bar. Alex stood up. "Where's Sirius?" Asher asked with a hoarse voice. He saw everyone look behind him, so he too turned, and what he saw was his pet beast standing tall. He could perceive the stench of blood from the wounds, deep and shallow, that could be found everywhere on Sirius' body. It collapsed before him, causing Asher to rush toward it. Criteria fulfilled. Would the host like to upgrade Sirius, your pet beast, to become a celestial ice wolf? Yes or no? Yes. Swoosh. As the light went down, all the soldiers were frightened out of their seats. The beast they gazed at was a 7-foot-tall and 14-foot-long wolf that had white fur and blue at the tail, claw area, and in the middle of its eyes. A sudden cold breeze swept through everyone, causing their breaths to produce mists as if it were winter. Sirius Gold Rancora suppressed the entire army. Should it choose to attack, then none of them would survive. The gulf between silver and gold wasn't as small as a single rank difference. A gold-ranked warrior had officially become a knight. In Boundless, being a knight meant that the warrior would be recognized everywhere, and knights could sweep the battlefield like lords if not put in check. This made Sirius a night beast. Asher noticed Sirius' blue claws and bent. The moment he touched it, his forearm became numb and began to hurt. The ice in his name isn't for a joke. In the next moment, his muscles and bones experienced another upgrade. Before the eyes of his soldiers, he grew more muscular, and his hair also grew longer. At this point, he looked like a warrior who had been training for decades. What kind of overpowering talent does the Lord possess? A soldier gaped. Unknown to him, another notification was before Asher's eyes. Your shieldmen have fulfilled certain criteria and are available for upgrade. Would the host like to upgrade them to a bronze-ranked shieldman? Yes or no? Your swordsmen have fulfilled certain criteria and are available for upgrade. Would the host like to upgrade them to a bronze-ranked swordsman? Yes or no? White light covered his men, chasing away the darkness for a short while before it died down. Before Asher stood the troop of 170 bronze-ranked soldiers garbed in leather armor, fur cloaks, and larger frames. Their combined auras were inspiring, a stark contrast to their former selves. Their waning strength came back and even doubled, causing their muscles to bulge, but not crazily. Their old, ordinary weapons became newly forged bronze-ranked weapons. Although the shields were still wooden, they were capable of withstanding a fully grown orc's full strike without slight damage. A smile crawled upon Asher's face as he gazed at his upgraded forces. The soldiers were stunned. Did Lord Asher do this? Their shock wasn't surprising to Asher. He beckoned for his captains and left for the cave mines, with Sirius following him like a loyal beast bodyguard. They stopped at the edge and looked at the valley, which was brimming with iron ores. They've been mining all these years. Alex gaped. He thought these orcs were brainless and the lowest of the lowest in the strength ranking of abyss creatures, but it seemed he was fooled. We have two. What about the other one? Asher asked solemnly. It's been mined dry. Alec responded heavily. Asher sighed. He rubbed his thumb against his index finger with closed eyes. He squatted and picked up an ore. We can combine this ore with stronger and rarer ores to create powerful alloys. If we sell it, we can surely deal with our debt. He got to his feet and turned to his captains. Do we have miners in the barony, or have they also fled? Most of the men in the barony are miners, and they haven't fled, my lord. Alex replied softly. He was treading carefully since Asher's expression wasn't pleasant. Asher's expression lightened. That's good news. My lord. My lord. A swordsman who had been scouting the area ran over. Asher turned his head to the soldier, his right eyebrow raised in a questioning fashion. The abyss creatures filled the caves with ores. What? Upon hearing this, Asher, his captains, and his pet beast made their way to the caves and saw that they were filled with iron ores. Only one of them had a few ores littered about, meaning the cave was recently cleared. So they weren't worshipping a deity, they were transporting ores to wherever their base is. No wonder there are no young orcs here. Alec was shocked, yet his facial expression remained serious, as if it didn't function according to his emotions. Since each upgrade would increase the ranks and looks of his troops' equipment, Asher didn't see any use for the ores concerning the military, but right now it would be really useful to start a trade with other nobles. He needed money to pay debts and import goods because his citizens were complaining of hunger and the land was also bad. The wastelands didn't just get the name randomly. Despite being an enormous region that could sustain an empire, it was deserted. The main reason was the corrupt force known as the Abyss Force that came from the depths of the wastelands. sweeping through the entire continent of Area. This corrupt force had sucked life out of the land and also affected the once prestigious mages who ruled over Area as overlords. Their reign had lasted for thousands of years, and they were the ones who created the first battle force user. However, after the appearance of Abyss Force, the natural Magi force became corrupted, causing countless supreme mages to become insane, and like that, their number dwindled, allowing battle force users to reign in their stead. Due to this, mages, who were once as populous as the sand, became rare sightings. After a day's journey, Asher and his troop came back to Ash Town with the corpses of some orcs as proof to the people. Seeing them marching gallantly with the heads of the ferocious orcs, a huge crowd gathered, but they kept their distance because of the giant wolf their lord sat on. "Is that our new lord?" a woman asked a man. The man nodded heavily with gleaming eyes. He knew the next thing coming was a notice for miners, meaning he would soon get a job and be able to afford a 3-square meal. While the citizens were calming around the troop with several questions in their eyes, Asher took a good look at his town. The wooden houses weren't something to write home about, as most of them had leaking roofs and some used planks as doors. Most of the people looked thin, and others were sick. Only a mere few looked healthy but still thin. The walls were made from mud and wood and had lots of cracks and damages, which they tried to fix with mud, but Alex knew that against the walls stood no chance against the beasts that would come during winter. He sent the soldiers to rest in their camp and also slept in his small stone castle until the next day. As he opened his eyes, the first person that appeared was Mary, his personal maid. She was cleaning the mural, and it was then that Asher discovered no one had cleaned this mural for ages because he could now see a familiarity between that wolf and Sirius. Still, Sirius was much smaller. "Lord Asher. You're awake?" Mary gasped. "I am." Asher responded with a nod as he walked past her and studied the mural. With the dirt and dust gone, he could now see a name. Lord Zenas Ashbourne. The two-faced Shura. Duke of the North. Rider of the Saintly Lion Wolf. After reading the titles, Asher found himself faced with several questions, like, how in the world was this man a duke and he was a baron, the lowest noble in the ranking? And that word saintly caught his attention because it meant this wolf was no mere pet beast, it was a terrifying saint-ranked beast. Were the Ashbournes this great in the past? Asher squinted to get a good look at Zena's face. In the mural, he was seated at the end of the large hall, which had thick round pillars, and because of his position, his image was small. When Asher saw his face, his right eyebrow raised. He had an uncanny resemblance to his father, James Ashbourne. His father began like a true Ashbourne and became a silver-ranked swordsman at age 30. His talent made him the next baron, but he turned about and killed the rest of the Ashbourne, but not for any reason. Since he wasn't the rightful heir, they sought to overthrow him, so he had to get rid of them, but this left him as the last Ashbourne on the entire continent. His drastic rise was met with a pathetic fall when he began chasing after skirts and drinking himself to stupor. Asher knew the very cause of his father and brother's deaths. They left the ways of the Ashbournes. Ashbournes were warriors. They deprived themselves of pleasure to become formidable warriors that brought bone-chilling fear to their enemies. While Asher was lost in thought, Mary left and returned. "Lord Asher, your meal is ready." "MNN," Asher nodded. He went to the new dining room, which is much smaller but had a large window that gave him a nice view of his town. On the wooden table was a small meal, befitting middle-class citizens. Kelvin stood beside the table with a wry smile. "It might look small, but the bread is freshly baked, and the milk is from our best cow." Asher snorted. "You don't have to advertise food to a hungry man, Kelvin." After sitting, he took a bite of the bread, and his eyes brightened. "It tastes really good. So we have a skilled baker among the castle servants." Kelvin smiled. "Mary baked it. Although she's young, she's a great cook." "I see. How many servants are in the castle?" "5, my lord. 3 cleaners and 2 cooks." Kelvin responded. What about the others I saw in the former dining hall? Asher looked into Kelvin's eyes. I sent them away. There is no need for excesses. Good. Asher smiled. Asher took the cup of milk, and his taste buds jubilated as the warm milk ran down his esophagus. When Asher was done eating, Kelvin placed his hand in front of his mouth and coughed. What do you want to say? Asher asked as he leaned back. I've contacted a good friend of mine, John. He would sell the iron ore to the nobles on the high plains. We just have to pay him. Let him sell the iron ores, and we'll pay him. Take me to the farming sector. On the way, Kelvin felt much pressure due to the fact that Asher just agreed to his idea without questioning the loyalty of John. This went to show how much Asher trusted him, but it also put a lot of pressure on him. Even he trusted his friend. This was a big deal, so he would have to warn him. Outside the walls, Asher and Kelvin walked up to the farmers. There was a full sack of maize seeds, which they were about to plant. Their last harvest was pitiful, but at this stage, such a harvest was normal. When they saw Asher, all of them fell on their knees. My lord, what brings you to these lowly servants? An elderly woman said it amicably. Asher smiled and squatted before her, causing her eyes to widen. I came to see if I could help. You want to farm? A male farmer gasped. Maybe. Lord. This time around, not only the farmers but also Kelvin exclaimed. Ha ha ha. Asher burst into laughter and got to his feet. While speaking to the elderly woman, he touched the ground and tried several ways for the system to bring up a notification concerning upgrading the soil, but nothing appeared. Go on. I want to watch, he said. As a farmer opened the sack and Asher saw the small seeds, he got an idea. The moment he thought about it, a notification appeared. Would the host like to upgrade these ordinary maize seeds by fusion? Yes or no? Without a second thought, Asher agreed, and the sack was covered by a burst of white light. When the light went down, everyone gasped. The large bag filled with maize seeds had been reduced to a third of its quantity. Asher brought out a handful of maize seeds, and the resplendent golden seeds, 2 times bigger than the ordinary ones, glimmered before his eyes. Bronze-ranked maize seeds, absorb mana and grow in all seasons, including winter. Can grow 3 times faster than ordinary maize seeds and produce fatter and sweeter corn. 3 times faster. This meant it would only take the maize a month to be fully grown. Asher lifted his head and saw the farmers staring at the seeds with glowing eyes. Plant them. In a month's time, they'll be ripe for harvest. The elderly woman had her doubts but held her tongue. She would prove him wrong a month later and slap out that arrogance. Although the maize seeds looked like they fell from the skies, she doubted that a maize would suddenly change its growth period. Asher then turned to Kelvin. Don't we have livestock? After a short while, Asher gazed at 1,000 wild cattle grazing the fields, 1 kilometer away from the town. Kelvin reported that Peter bought them with a few they had and reared them just to sell them for his gain. All the milk gotten from the cattle was Peter's to consume. Criteria fulfilled. Would the host like to upgrade 1,015 cattle to the bronze rank? Yes or no? Upgrade? Swoosh. Ivory white cow, produces sweeter milk and is more docile, Asher scoffed. Just sweeter milk? He fused 2 cows, and when the light went down, a 1.7-meter tall cow with white skin and beautiful blue horns with blue eyes appeared. Without being told, Asher knew this cow was a silver-ranked one. Moonlit Starhorn cow. Daily intake of this silver-ranked cow's milk for a week would increase a person's strength by 100 catties. Reduces with continuous consumption. Asher's eyes glowed. 300 catties just by drinking milk. His twinkling eyes veered toward the cattle, and without a second thought, he fused them all, reducing their numbers to 507. He spared the last one because it had no partner to fuse with. Seeing 500 tall mystical cows suddenly appear in place of their ordinary cows, the herders were enveloped with shock. One could easily fit an egg in their open mouths. They looked at their thin canes and the size of the cows and were dumbfounded. Had their lord just transformed their cattle into beasts? Moonlit Starhorn were famous for their milk and meat, which could attract the attention of nobles and big merchant guilds like a magnet to metals. But, they were fearsome wild beasts that moved in great numbers, and only a few succeeded in rearing them domestically. "My lord, won't these beasts escape?" a herder asked out of fear. He couldn't even muster the courage to threaten the mooing cows with his staff. "They won't." Asher had faith in the upgrade process. It was done in a way that those who underwent the upgrade, man or beast, would know who had caused it. In a way, it increased their loyalty. While humans had complex minds and could still betray, it was different for beasts. Their simple minds made them easily loyal and submissive to Asher. "I would like to taste their milk for lunch." The herders who were able to caress the moonlit Starhorn cows after discovering they were shockingly more docile than the ones that had before nodded with big smiles. "Oh yes, I would love to have that one as meat. I haven't eaten meat to my satisfaction for years." Although Asher's soul entered this body recently, he still felt the same craving the dead Asher had. After all, it was still the same body, and the body craved meat. Everyone looked at where Asher pointed, and there they saw the cow that wasn't merged. Why did it look like that cow was the fattest amongst the ordinary ones? Kelvin looked at Asher meaningfully. After leaving the side of the cattle, Asher went over to a fenced place where there were about 100 bulls. "These bulls are too weak to mate with the cattle. Would you like to produce 10 powerful bulls that would be able to subdue all 507 moonlit Starhorn cattle? Yes or no?" Asher's eyes widened. "So you can say something other than the normal upgrade information?" "Yes. But I prefer being silent." Asher could sense hints of pride in the system's female voice, but there was still restraint laced in her tone. It went to show that he was also the master in their relationship. This conclusion brought his heart to rest. He didn't want to be lord over his people and a slave to a system. A lord wasn't meant to be a slave to anything. "Upgrade the bulls." Swoosh. The 100 bulls were smashed together, and the result was 10 6-foot-tall, muscular bulls. Their skins were silverish white, and their horns grew bigger and longer. From domestic livestock, they transformed into imposing wild beasts. Sterling Bull, a territorial beast that is 10 times stronger than ordinary bulls. Upon seeing these fearsome beasts coming toward Asher, Kelvin swiftly stood in front of him, drew his sword from the leather scabbard, and pointed it toward the beasts, but they still proceeded without a shred of fear. Each of them was in the silver rank, so one more silver-ranked swordsman whose aura was still shaky wasn't enough to frighten them. However, they could also sense that Asher, who was smaller, was also a silver-ranked warrior, and his aura was hidden but terrifying. When they arrived, Asher swiftly pulled Kelvin behind him and stretched his hand out. Instantaneously, the bulls screeched to a halt and lowered their heads. They were just coming to pay respects, Kelvin. He smiled. By the time the sun rose to its peak, Asher finished his tour and returned to the stone castle. This castle was a disgrace to a noble, but he had to make sure the town was dealt with. He had hopes that in a month's time there would be enough corn to feed people because he had fused all the maize seeds in the town and asked more people to go farm, promising them meat. More herders were hired to take care of the cattle and bulls, and they were also anticipating meat tonight. Without money, Asher could only resort to this method to make people work. Kelvin pushed the doors to the sacred hall open, and Asher walked in. He first spotted Sirius. The sound of the door woke Sirius up. Its ears twitched, and it lazily opened its eyes. When it saw Asher, it went back to sleeping. Asher sat on his wooden chair and faced Kelvin, who eyed Sirius. The beast was growing into a behemoth, and right now, the castle was too small for it. They would have to start rebuilding, as Ashborns do not sit without their pet beasts. It was some kind of unspoken ritual. "My lord, you should go visit your ancestral library while I tend to your meals." Asher nodded, and Kelvin left. Some time later, as he kept staring into nothing, the emotions from Leah's betrayal began to flood in. It also came with another concern: the owner of this body. He was also betrothed to Leah, the golden-haired elf lady he designed after the likeness of his girlfriend. When they saw the innate talent young Asher Ashbourne had, Count Tigris quickly betrothed his daughter, who was 5 years older to him. Young Asher had already begun to nurture fantasies of marrying the beautiful Leah before his awakening crashed everything. The 12 years of pain gnawed at Asher Ashbourne's heart until he died and Earth Asher took over. A broken bar, a chuckle laden with self-mockery left his lips. Women. He gripped the armrest of his chair tightly. He got to his feet and left for the library so as not to drown in his thoughts. Asher wrapped his fingers around the knob of a wooden door and pushed it in. His eyes wandered over the small study, over the shelves with scrolls and books neatly arranged, over the odd stone table, and finally at the mirror. The sight of the mirror shocked Asher because mirrors were a rare sight. Only one nation in Boundless produces glass and has mastered the technique of creating mirrors, and that nation was far away from the wasteland. There was no way his father got such a treasured object. This must have been from the period of Xenas, as he was the greatest Ashbourne in Asher's opinion. He walked into the room, running his fingers from one book to the other, one scroll to the other, while his eyes were fixed on his reflection on the mirror. It was the first time he got a good look at his new body. He looked like an 18-year-old young man with a chin as smooth as a baby's bottom. He was already 22, but not a strand had popped out. He couldn't say his face was the most handsome face to ever exist, but he was definitely handsome. His gray hair matched his dull golden eyes, and both prominent features were seamlessly fitted into his face. Looking at his face, Asher could see a warrior. His face wasn't like that of a gigolo, despite being pale. His frame was also worth 8 stars. Looking at himself, clad in white tunic tucked into his brown pants and brown boots, Asher smirked. His arms were muscular and not as thin as in his previous life. After admiring his looks, he looked at the stone table and saw a sunken palm print with foreign words etched above it. The words were foreign and not the normal Tenaria language, but he could perfectly understand what was written. Palm stained with your blood. His brows knit together. Asher leaned down and squinted. He discovered there was a tiny needle inside the sunken place. After deliberating for a while, he put his palm, and it pricked him, but his expression remained the same. However, his teeth were clenched. Shortly after, there was a soft rubbing, and the mirror went in and slid to the side, revealing a dark, narrow passage with stairs leading downward. Asher descended and found a small space with a tome on top of a column and 2 long swords hung on the wall. The swords were sheathed in black scabbards. Ashbournes were known for being able to wield 2 swords with both hands. They were ambidextrous, but Asher wasn't. He just wasn't right-handed on both sides, no matter how hard he tried. On the tome's cover was Shura Blade Battle Force art. The moment Asher set his eyes on the name, his heart skipped a beat. This was Battle Force art for a swordsman, and it must have been from Xenas, the very first Ashbourne. He flipped through the pages and saw different sword arts and how to train his body to match the insane requirements of the Shura Blade Battle Force art. First he must swing his sword 1,000 times in the dark hours of the day, when the 2 moons were at their peak. He was to attach stones to his limbs while training to build his strength, stamina, and speed. What sort of cruel man was Xenas? Asher gaped. Although the methods were harsh, Asher was determined to train and become a swordsman. Having powerful troops didn't mean he should allow himself to be weak and helpless. Asher took the swords and unsheathed them. They were the swords his father used. He could remember them in the hands of his father during his younger days. Shura twin blades, silver-grade weapons forged by the best blacksmith in Tigris County. The blades are as dark and gleaming like glass because they were forged from a strange rock of unknown origins. Upon seeing the description of the swords, Asher knew there was no way his father could pay to have a sword this unique forged. It was probably passed down from his father. Host isn't ambidextrous. Would the host like to upgrade the Shura twin blades by fusion? Yes or no? Asher clicked yes, and the weapons were fused by a blinding light. When the light died out, a simple yet exquisite black and silver scabbard with the sword's hilt protruding out of it appeared in his hands. Devourer, the gold-ranked product of fusing two inherited twin silver-grade swords, can pierce and damage all equipment below the gold rank. Shing. Asher unsheathed the sword from the scabbard, and the black blade appeared. The sword was almost leaving the boundaries of long swords as it was 4 centimeters wide and 120 centimeters long. As he swung it, Asher heard its subtle whistle as it tore the air. Quite heavy, but I like it. With a gold-ranked sword and a gold-ranked pet beast, I should be safe from any secret attack. Gyu. Right at this moment, his stomach rumbled. Rubbing his stomach, Asher left his study with his sword and the tome in both hands. "Good evening, Lord Asher," said Mary as she saw him heading toward her. She stood right in front of his room, so it was no surprise they would meet. "Is my meal prepared?" "Yes, my lord." She lowered her head. She saw the sword in his hand and gasped. Was he about to start training again? She remembered when he used to train before falling ill. "Let's go." He went to the dining room with the sword and tome. The first thing that hit him in the dining room was the aroma of the meals on the table. For the first time in a long while, this body perceived the smell of meat. Kelvin stood, neatly dressed and wearing a broad smile. "Your lunch is ready." Asher hurriedly sat. Finally. A meal a lord deserves. While eating, he took the cup of moonlit starhorn milk, and as he drank it, a warm sensation spread throughout his body, nourishing his bones and muscles in a comfortable way. Kelvin examined the sword, which was beside Asher, with squinted eyes. Upon seeing the tome, his eyes went wide. "How did you get that tome?" he gaped. Asher looked at him with a raised eyebrow. "Haven't you seen it before?" A wry smile appeared on Kelvin's face. "I last saw it in Jeffrey Ashbourne's hands." Asher's eyes widened. "My grandfather was the last person to practice this battle force art?" "Yes. I wanted you to see the palm print and ask questions, but I never knew Sirius was already a gold-ranked beast." Ash leaned back. "So the prerequisite to entering that room is to nurture my pet beast to the gold rank?" "It is," Kelvin replied respectfully. "After your grandfather and his pet beast died, the barony began to decline. A baron must have a gold-ranked knight to qualify as a true baron in the standards of the Eternal Immortal Empire's laws, and that was the same criteria for obtaining the family's ancient art," Kelvin added. "So without a gold-ranked knight, I'm not recognized?" Asher asked with a frown. "The wastelands are abandoned, and we haven't been able to produce anything worth trading, so the low-class nobles here aren't recognized." "I see." Asher got to his feet. As he was about to leave, Kelvin stopped him. "Before I forget, my lord. John is on his way to the High Plains. He should leave the wastelands in 2 weeks' time. I'll await the good news." Asher smiled and left for the study. In the study, he sat behind the stone table after selecting a book that had what he wanted. As he opened it, his eyes paused on the heading. Eternal Immortal Empire's Fall. If this world is exactly the same as the virtual game, then beyond the mountain range lie the ruins of the powerful races of the Eternal Immortal Empire. Without knowing, Asher became absorbed in reading. Time kept moving, and by the time he reached the last page, the sun had gone down. He supported his chin with his arms while meditating on the information he got from the book. He had no idea of this backstory, but it was magnificent and mind-shaking. According to the book, the Eternal Immortal Empire was the first empire to rise up after the fall of mages. There were several promising talents who stood on the side of their ruler, and among them was Zenas Ashbourne, known as the Two-Faced Shura. He was the Grand General in charge of keeping watch against the Abyss creatures after their rise 500 years ago. After the sudden appearance of the Abyss creatures, there was a great war that caused the disappearance of other races. Only a few of them remained, but the dragons and many mystical creatures had disappeared from the continent. The North, once a renowned land, kept dying until it finally became a wasteland, a land void of any good. The eternal immortal empire was greater than the other two empires, but internal strife split the once great empire into dukedoms and kingdoms. However, the capital of the eternal immortal empire remained under the reign of the imperial family. Unfortunately, the nobles had rebelled against them and refused their orders, reducing their control solely to the capital. With all this information, the most striking thing to Asher was the size of the wastelands. It was 3 times bigger than the biggest dukedom and belonged to no one. Rightfully, it was the Ashbournes, but that was 500 years ago. The Ashbourne family had declined into the wretched state during the period and had lost ownership of the land, not because it was taken from them but because they lacked the power to maintain ownership. The dukedoms had sold the land in parts, thereby demarcating it into several territories. Even those who have no rightful ownership of the land are using it to enrich themselves. Asher frowned. Knock. Knock. My lord. A soft female voice broke Asher's train of thought. He opened the door and saw Mary. My lord. Sir Kelvin requires that you eat and prepare for your training. Requires? Training? In the next moment, it dawned on Asher that he must have spent quite a lot of time reading, especially when the size of the tome was considered. As he walked toward the dining room, he discovered Sirius wasn't in the sacred hall. Where is Sirius? He turned to Mary. It went to hunt. Oh. He wasn't bothered by Sirius going into the forest due to its rank. As a gold-ranked beast, it was a top predator for as long as it didn't go beyond the mountains. Not long after Asher had his dinner and small nap, he stood in a training field with Kelvin, Alex, and Alex standing outside the elevated stone platform. Asher looked at the 2 big, celestial-looking moons, ushering their lights at him. He wore a sleeveless white shirt and black pants that weren't as tight as the ones he wore during the daytime. The chill from the cold stones transferred from his bare feet to the rest of his body, and his hands were connected to the hilt of an exquisite sword, befitting a lord. Attach the stones. He said it with determined eyes. Kelvin ascended the platform and tied the stones on his arms and legs. Each stone weighed about 20 kilograms. Asher grunted as he lifted his sword and swung it down. 1. Alex counted. Another swing. 2. Another swing. 3. A broken bar. 600. 601. A broken bar. 990. Asher could barely hear Alex as he panted heavily. Sweat had drenched his body so much that the surface of the stone platform was wet. His eyes were on his sword, even as his muscles were trembling. He lifted his sword up, and it felt as if he lifted a massive stone. The weight made him stagger to the right before he regained himself. His vision was blurry, and he could barely see Kelvin, Alex, and Alec watching him. I can do it. Asher clenched his teeth. Broken bar count. He spat forcefully. With sheer determination, he did 9, lifted the sword with all his might, and swung it down the last time. The sword hit the stone platform, cleaving through it while he fell backward. The last thing he remembered was his subordinates' alarmed voices. I don't think he should train anymore, he already has an army. A muffled voice fell into Asher's ears. We should assign soldiers to guard him at all times. That way, there would be no need for him to train. Another voice rang, and it was clearer than the first. Your lord is an Ashbourne. Do not forget that Ashbournes aren't like other lords. Another voice retorted, probably at the first 2. But he has been in pain throughout the night. He just got his peace this morning, and you expect him to start again tonight? The first voice this time around was so clear that Asher knew it was Alex speaking. It's the Ashbourne way. Kelvin solemnly responded. What rubbish. We finally have a good lord, and you want to kill him with traditions of the past? Alex's voice rose a few notches. Lower your voices. Alex's deep, soft voice made Alex puff out. Lord Asher has a talent that allows him to take something to the next level, so why hasn't he done the same for himself? Kelvin and Alex frowned when they heard that. None of them had any idea that Asher's system focused on making him a greater lord and not making him stronger. The reason for his quick growth was his bond with Sirius, which, by the way, Asher was grateful for. I'll continue. There is no need to debate about it. Asher's voice fell into their ears, causing them to look at him with shocked expressions. Asher forced himself to sit despite the pain. It felt as if his muscles were tearing when he moved. His arms, back, shoulders, neck, and abdomen hurt badly. Still, Asher wasn't planning to give up. He had experienced his fair share of setbacks that cost him a lot. He wasn't going to sit back and be at the mercy of others. But my lord. Alex couldn't continue as Asher raised his hand with the palm of his hand stretched out. This was called the most powerful noble magic, the power of silence. As ordinary as it looked, in the hands of a powerful lord, hundreds of thousands could be controlled. However, at a certain stage, the lord needed to speak because of the raising of hands is for the gathering of a few. Days passed, and Asher's routine became studying, touring his territory, and training at night. After training for a week along with daily intake of moonlit starhorn milk, he gained more stamina. Now, which was 2 weeks later, he could swing his sword 2,500 times with a weight of 25 kilograms on each limb. At this moment, Asher sat in his study with several open books on the stone table, yet he gazed into the air. To others, it would seem strange, but he was actually looking at Ashtown's panel. Town's name, Ashtown. Town's tier 2 population, 4,800/5000 security, 35/100 loyalty, 25/100. In the period of 2 weeks, he watched the loyalty stat grow from 15 to 25. A big improvement since loyalty wasn't that easy to acquire. Security was still low since it had to do with more than just the soldiers. The walls and the internal state of the town are also in consideration. Knock. Knock. Asher turned his head toward the door. Open. When the door opened, he saw Mary standing outside. She bowed. My lord, there's an urgent case that needs your presence at the sacred hall. Urgent? Asher furrowed his brows, got to his feet, and left for the sacred hall without delay. As he walked into the hall, he saw Kelvin standing at the left side of his chair, Sirius resting at the right side, his sword leaning against the armrest, and a woman standing in the middle of the hall facing the chair. When she heard the door, she turned and saw Asher. He looked so young that she tilted her head, expecting the lord to be behind him. Who are you? Asher asked while sitting. The woman blinks. Your Lord Asher? I am. And you are? Jane. I served Mr. John, the merchant you gave 10 boxes of iron ore. She replied while reeling in shock. Never in her life had she seen a lord so young. In the High Plains, young nobles of his age went about garnering fame as knight squires, participating in swordsmanship contests, parties, and much more, but not the tasking duty of ruling over their fief. I remember Mr. John, Asher said. Something happened while we were on our way to the border of the wasteland. A man who goes by the name Baron Snow interrupted our journey, and when we said the goods we carried belonged to you, he gave me this to give to the Lord of Ashtown. Kelvin walked down to the woman and took the letter in her hand. There was a seal binding it. Upon seeing that seal, Asher dropped all doubts and ordered Kelvin to read it. I, Baron Snow, have come to know that you have reclaimed your mines. Since you have done so, you shall hand over 80% to me because of your debts. Send this woman back to me with your reply, or I will kill the merchants and send my men to your small town. Kelvin trembled in rage. The exorbitant arrogance Baron Snow had to ask for 80% of not just a mere iron mine but one that had silver intricate meridians in them. And these mines were large. Just the amount John had was enough to clear 30% of his debt. It was obvious that Baron Snow was using his might to oppress them. No doubt, Ashtown is seen as a chicken laying golden eggs. Asher remained in control of his emotions. He knew the power of his system glowed brightly when there was trouble. What is his name again? Baron Snow. the woman replied. So the Baron there isn't his title? Asher asked. Number. I see. So my father's land is now home to thieves. By any chance, do you know how many men he has? About 100 well-trained mercenaries who are now his loyal warriors and 2 silver-ranked swordsmen. The woman replied. She knew their number because she had stayed there for a couple of days. How long does it take to get there on horseback? About 5 days. Asher turned to Kelvin. Kelvin. Prepare what I need for a 2 days journey. Sirius and I are going to meet this renowned retired mercenary. Kelvin stood outside the stone castle, staring at his lord, who sat atop Sirius. His sword was secured to his back. Asher also wore a thick fur coat, long enough to reach his shins, and this was due to Kelvin's fears. That's the only horse we have? Asher looked at the brown horse, which belonged to Peter, with a frown. It was merely a workhorse. Compared to the one Jane sat on, this horse had just bones and a little flesh. Unfortunately. Kelvin replied. Then I can't allow anyone to follow me. This horse will drag me back. Tell Alec and Alex that I will be back in a few days. But my lord, you can't leave alone. Kelvin bellowed and sighed as he watched Asher and Jane ride off. Jane's horse looked so small compared to the mighty beast Asher rode. She had to do lots of comforting for the horse to accommodate Sirius' presence. On his way, Asher looked at the quest the system gave him after he decided to go meet Baron Snow. Upgrade quest, rescue the merchants from Baron Snow's cruel hands within 3 days. Reward, your Tier 2 town will be upgraded to Tier 3. The time limit made him unable to bring an army because, if so, they would take about 2 weeks since the soldiers would have to walk. After journeying for 2 days with little rest, Asher saw the walls of Baron Snow's camp. The walls were about 4 meters high and were made of tree trunks. It was a circular fortress in the middle of the plain fields. The grass was sparse and black instead of green. Asher looked to his side and saw Jane. She was barely alive after the journey. Rest here. I'll go in. Jane couldn't even utter a word, so she weakly nodded and watched him leave. As Asher got close to the walls, he suddenly heard whistling. His ears stood up, and his muscles tensed. This was his first time doing something this dangerous, but he believed none of them here could harm him because of Sirius. Even a gold-ranked knight would have to retreat. The whistling sound got louder and so piercing that his eyes widened in the next second. At that moment, Sirius suddenly burst forth, and Asher saw an arrow swoosh past his cheek. His eyes constricted. He pulled out his sword, brandished it, and began to cut down some arrows while Sirius helped him avoid most of them. Upon closing the gap, Asher could hear their voices. Sirius, use your elemental powers. He gave a silent command. Sirius smacked its right claw against the ground, and thick ice spread out until it climbed the wall. 2 bronze-ranked warriors who couldn't escape on time were blasted off the walls. You attacked my merchants, and now I, Lord Asher Ashbourne, came in peace, but you shot at me before I uttered a word. Don't you cherish your lives? Asher spoke loudly. The mercenaries, however, looked vengeful for the men who fell from the wall. But Asher and his wolf didn't look weak. A beast that could control elements wasn't any mere beast. It was a mystical beast. Mystical beasts were known to be extinct, but right before their eyes, a man rode on one. If they sold this beast, they could leave the wasteland and live luxury lives in the high plains. I don't remember any merchants passing here with the name Asher Ashbourne attached to them. A man snickered. Is that so? Asher smiled coldly. He goes by the name, John. You must remember him. I came here at the request of your leader, Baron Snow, who sent the woman, Jane. Asher watched the mercenaries whisper among themselves. The reason he was being cordial and not forceful was to investigate the state of the merchants. If they were dead, he would leave and take revenge on them another day, but if they were still alive, then his decision would definitely be different. You're allowed to enter, but the wolf isn't. Asher laughed inwardly when he heard that. I am a lord. Tell your leader that I want to see him. Asher had delved deep into medieval times during the creation of Boundless. He even knew the tone to speak because he was the voice actor for some NPCs. Mostly lords, kings, and emperors. He knew how to control his tone to be forceful yet calm. The confidence exuding from his voice made them overlook how young he looked. Some moments later, a big man with powerful-looking arms clad in red that exposed his chest emerged on top of the wall. His snow-white hair was as striking as the X-shaped scar on his forehead. "Kid, who are you? Where is Thomas?" His deep voice fell into Asher's ears. "I'm here on behalf of my citizens. The dead have nothing to do with this." Baron Snow was taken back by Asher's unperturbed tone. May had shown fear at the sight of his frightening frame, but this young boy looked at him like he wasn't any different from his men. Was it the wolf that gave him such confidence? He had torn apart beasts that size, so Asher's wolf shouldn't be any different. After all, his A-grade talent gave him a huge boost that transcended ranks. "Where is the woman I sent to you?" he asked. Asher frowned. He noticed Baron Snow wanted to dominate him in his manner of approach. It was subtle, but he could see it clearly. Baron Snow wanted to make a mockery of him by making him answer questions. A cold glow flashed through his eyes. "Are my citizens alive?" Baron Snow chuckled. "I wanted 80% of the mines, but since a small lad like you can't handle what remains, I'll be going for 90%. Don't think that wolf can frighten me, boy. I've torn a bear much bigger than that and given it to my girls to prepare stew." Asher looked straight into Baron Snow's eyes and smiled. "I came for the merchants. Where are they?" Since Baron Snow wasn't planning to back down, he wasn't going to back down either. Baron Snow slammed the palm of his hand on the wall and laughed out loud. "What a brave lad." He signaled one of his men with his eyes, and that man left. A few moments later, he returned with a rotund, fair-skinned man. Fair-skinned was used to describe this man because those who lived in the wasteland had pale skins. It was hard to see them looking rosy like this man. "That's the John you asked for, and the rest of them are still alive, so come sign." Baron Snow took a sheet of paper from the same man who brought John and waved it toward Asher. "I would like to see all of them, and I hope for your sake that you haven't touched the women." Baron Snow frowned as Asher's words fell into his ears. "This brat has the spines of a dragon." He said it inwardly. He meant that Asher was as confident as a dragon but had misunderstood his current position. "Bring all of them." Not long after that order was given, 9 other individuals were brought out. 6 of them, excluding John, were men, and the other 3 were women. Asher could see that, apart from being tied, none of them were harmed, but they looked starved. "Bring them out of the gates, and we'll discuss other matters. You brat." Baron Snow bellowed and pointed at the merchants, who had glimmers of hope in their eyes. "Kill them." Shing. Shing. His men unsheathed their swords and approached them. "Boss, should we kill the women?" One turned to Baron Snow and asked. However, the answer he received was a mighty white wolf landing right before him. Sirius had closed the gap in that short span. None of them were able to react to its astonishing speed. Thud. The soles of Asher's boot connected with the bandit head, launching him off the wall. Asher quickly unsheathed his sword and swung upward at the second man. The man swung downward to intercept, but the power behind Asher's sword was beyond his imagination. The sword flew out of the man's hand, and Asher slashed his chest without thinking. He could hear Sirius dealing with the others. Asher took a step backward, watching the sword of the third man almost graze his nose. The moment the sword tilted downward, he closed the gap and thrust his sword through the man. He wasn't able to pull it out when the fourth man swung his sword horizontally. Asher threw away the thought of retrieving his sword and went backward. The mercenary rushed him, swinging his sword while yelling. While Asher retreated, he could see Baron Snow staring at him with murderous intent. Thud. Asher heard a sound behind him, causing him to roll forward toward the first one that was attacking him. The figure behind him swung his spear so fast that his comrade, who was recklessly swinging his sword, couldn't react to his throat that had been slashed open. At this point, Asher had already picked up his gold-ranked sword and turned to his second attacker. It was a man of average height wielding a spear taller than him. His aura was that of a silver-ranked warrior. Asher gripped his sword's hilt with both hands and closed the gap. He deflected the spear, as trained by Alec, and borrowed the momentum to spin. His sword reached the man, but instead of slicing through his flesh, it scraped a hard surface. Asher felt like he swung his sword against a metal. When he got a better look, he noticed there was a faint yellow barrier that slowly vanished from the man's body. A talent. His eyes narrowed. The spearman came again. His spear was moving like a snake. Asher swiftly recalled when Alec used the same move against him and stopped at his eyes. Had Alec not been a loyal subordinate, it would have been a good opportunity to kill him. My eyes are the target. Knowing this, he tightened his body and leaned backward. The position made him unstable, but as the spear was about to be retrieved, he grabbed it and swung his sword with every strength he could muster. His battle force blasted out. It unleashed a red force that increased the sharpness of his sword by 2 folds. Swish! The spearman was shocked to see the cut in his abdomen. He spat blood and fell off the wall. Breathing heavily, Asher looked forward but didn't see Baron Snow anymore. The man was on his way into his castle. He could see him and his guards getting close to the entrance of the castle. Sirius! Asher yelled. Awoo! Sirius jumped off the wall and raced toward Baron Snow. Before he arrived, ice sealed the gate to the castle, causing Baron Snow's expression to sour. He never expected that the beast Asher had was a gold-ranked beast. You know, I've never killed a noble before. A dangerous light flashed past his eyes. Almost instantaneously, he suddenly became a 2.5-meter-tall giant, took a guard's spear, and hurtled it toward Asher. The spear tore through the air, whistling like a missile. Asher threw himself to the right, narrowly avoiding a spear that carried such a force that it could blow up a human head. When he stood up, Sirius was engaged in a fearsome battle against the giant man. No doubt, his talent shocked Asher to the core. He never thought there existed a talent that could make a man a giant. Sirius growled and clawed Baron Snow, but he evaded. He picked up a stone and threw it. The stone slammed Sirius' face so hard that its head turned to the left. His men tried attacking it, but their weapons bounced off Sirius' fur. Consumed by anger, Sirius took a deep breath and breathed out a white mist everywhere. When the mist vanished, Asher saw himself standing in an ice fortress. Baron Snow and his remaining men became frozen statues. Baron Snow himself was frozen, trying to attack Sirius. Apart from Asher and the merchants who were trembling at the terrifying might of Sirius' elemental powers, no one else outside the castle survived. Sirius, you might have anger issues. Asher came down from the wall and patted his wolf. The last silver-ranked warrior must be inside the castle. Come, let's find out what he's doing inside there. I/N, support with power stones. As Asher walked into the entrance, he saw 2 bronze-ranked warriors emanating green lights that shrouded their bodies and ran toward him. He immediately recognized the wind element as the source of their battle force. After slaying several men, Asher no longer felt he needed to prepare to meet these men. His mind was calm as he walked toward them. The moment the gap was closed, Asher's speed skyrocketed. He glanced at the wall and dashed toward it. The entrance was long and narrow, so it didn't take long for him to reach the wall and step on it. With that borrowed momentum, Asher flew above the warriors, landed at their backs, and swung his sword backward. He didn't feel any resistance as his sword cut through their flesh. Both men staggered forward and spat blood. Asher's eyes gleamed, but he continued moving forward at a calm pace. When he was almost out of the entrance lobby, he heard the sound of bodies hitting the ground. In those 2 weeks of continuous training, he didn't only learn how to swing his sword 1,000 times under gradually increasing weights, but he was also under tutelage by Alex and Alec. The twins forged their lore to become a skilled swordsman. The next place after the entrance was a large hall with long wooden dining tables and a throne dominating the middle of a semicircular platform that was connected to the wall at the other end. Right beside the throne was a woman holding a knocked bow. The moment she saw Asher, the arrow was let loose. The next place Asher found himself was on the ground, reeling in shock and pain as the arrow lodged into the spot close to his shoulder and above his chest. He blinked, his eyes dilating as a certain noise bombarded him from all sides. The last silver-ranked warrior wasn't a he but a she, and she was a sharpshooter. This was outside his calculations. He didn't expect a woman to be among the mercenaries since he saw men so far. Roll. A voice screamed inside of him, and he rolled to his left. Right at that moment, an arrow lodged into the ground. It pierced through the stone ground. Neglecting the pain, Asher jumped to his feet, rushed toward a chair, and kicked it with all his might. The wooden chair flew into the air, heading toward the sharpshooter. The sharpshooter frowned, but to Asher's astonishment, she leapt like a bird, stepped on the chair, and fired 2 arrows at him. He swiftly picked a chair, but the arrows pierced through the chair, grazing his arms. With clenched teeth, Asher spun and flung the chair with so much force that although the sharpshooter dodged, when the chair hit the wall, it broke and one of the legs hit her head from behind. Ah! By the time she regained her bearing, 2 more chairs were before her. Bam! One slammed her face, and the impact caused the woman's head to tilt backward. It wasn't over as the second slammed her torso, launching her to the ground. Asher got up from under a dining table and approached the woman. He looked down at her and found out there was no more breath of life in her. Breaking 2 chairs with her body might have been brutal, but either he survived or she did. He looked at his bleeding wound with an arrow stuck to it and puffed out. Adapting to the cruel way of life in Boundless wasn't easy, but there were lots of burdens on him. If he refused to change fast, he would die. Sirius squeezed itself into the hall, prompting Asher to scowl. "Why didn't you arrive earlier?" Sirius looked at him for a short while, came close, and sniffed his wound. "Don't lick it, your saliva doesn't have healing properties." Sirius removed its head, and Asher chuckled. "My lord, you're injured." John had a panicked expression when he saw the arrow and bloodstain. Both he and those he hired to work for him gathered inside the hall. "I'm all right," Asher replied softly. Suddenly, he heard footsteps and turned to his right. From the corridor emerged over 30 women who, with just a glance, Asher knew they came from brothels. "What's a beast doing inside here?" one of them screamed. "Get your things and get out," Asher commands while frowning. Upon seeing the corpse of the silver-ranked sharpshooter, fear gripped the women, and they ran out of the hall without going back to get their belongings. Asher scoffed and proceeded to search the castle. When he entered Baron Snow's room, he found a letter that had not been completed on a wooden table. There was a quill and ink beside it, meaning Baron Snow was writing this letter before he came out to meet Asher. "Sir Tigris, I have received the messenger falcons. I will proceed to investigate the mines in Ashtown and find out if they have truly reclaimed them and how. I hope you fulfill your promise of forging a breastplate made with some of the iron ore and sending more men. While the Ashbourne barony will soon be yours, the flame arts, Tyre, and scarlets are growing, and this will hamper your plans. I request you send more silver-ranked warriors." Asher stopped reading, as this was where Baron Snow stopped. Asher couldn't believe his eyes. How could Count William Tigris sell lands to people to become barons and then come up with a scheme of placing bandits that would rob them? There was no doubt that his iron ores, which were worth 30,000 gold coins, were now in the hands of Count William's. Bam! He slammed the table. His hand left a palm print. "So they don't have any stash of gold here, and my iron ores are gone." Asher's expression became hard. He turned and saw a tall cage with a tall, white falcon, which had a metal cylinder case attached to its back by a golden belt. The bird was busy looking at him. Asher squinted. He grabbed the bird and ran out of the castle. He located their cages and found 100 more messenger falcons with 2 large carts and 4 brown horses. One major problem during medieval times was the flow of information. As his territory kept growing, it would take days, sometimes weeks, and sometimes months for him to receive information, and this had been one of the burdens on his mind. If he had a messenger bird, he would have been communicating with Kelvin. With messenger birds, he would also be in touch with any future expedition team that would go beyond the mountains. Ring. Ding. Would the host like to upgrade these ordinary messenger birds through fusion? Yes or number? By fusing these 101 birds, you can get 10 bronze-ranked messenger birds. Upgrade them. A white glow consumed all the birds, and 10 taller birds emerged. They looked like messenger birds trained by the best tamers. For birds of their kind, they could be considered majestic, and their strength made them top predators of the skies. Not even mountain eagles could threaten their lives. Swift peregrine falcons. Bronze-ranked messenger birds capable of covering a distance of 3,000 kilometers in a stretch. They are brilliant birds that need little training and are also capable of tearing apart any foes interfering with their missions. Asher smiled. Turing. Upgrade quest, rescue the merchants from Baron Snow's cruel hands. Completed. Would the host like to fuse Baron Snow's territory with Ashtown during its upgrade? Yes or no? Instant Asher gave a positive response, and before his eyes, the walls and buildings began to transform into white light. Some minutes later, all that remained was a vast plain with ice statues. Asher stared at the stunned Sirius and chuckled. In fact, Sirius wasn't the only one wearing a stunned expression. John and his workers also had the same expression. How did an entire fortress vanish into thin air? We're leaving. Your carriages were taken away along with your horses and the iron ores, so you would have to use these carts. Don't worry, I'll repay you for the loss. Asher said as he arranged the messenger birds on one cart. Suffer loss? My lord, you suffered the most. I work under a guild so I can get some loans to buy carriages and horses, but you lost a sum of 30,000 gold coins. It's all right. I gained something out of this. John traced his line of sight to the messenger birds, and his eyes widened. How did such exotic birds appear in this wasteland? Asher smiled. Will you return to my town or head to the borders? You're a few days away from leaving the wastelands. John looked toward the direction of the high plains and to the depths of the wasteland where Asher's town was. We would return to the high plains. The moment he said that, Asher saw his workers breathe out in relief, and joy spread throughout their faces. They must have been traumatized. That's a pity. We shall meet in the future then. Asher sat at the front of the cart and tugged the reins for the 2 horses attached to it to start moving. John knew Asher discovered he wanted to leave and have nothing to do with the wasteland after this experience. Such a wise young lord. He muttered to himself as he watched Sirius follow the leaving cart. Not long after Asher disappeared from their sight, Jane appeared on horseback. Upon seeing her, John left what he was doing and ran toward her. Jane was his niece, and he had been worried about her but couldn't summon the courage to ask Asher. Miss Jane, you're alive. Others gathered around her. Did that barbaric lord harm you? A female asked. It was because of Asher she was made to starve in a dark place for days, so she naturally harbored a grudge despite being rescued. Barbaric? Has he left? Jane asked while looking around. I told him we would return to the high plains to get another convoy, but I really don't have plans on returning until we can pay for mercenaries to guard us. John replied. Jane's eyes widened. You broke the contract. I saw golden fragrant maize and moonlit starhorn cattle in that so-called little and remote town. What? Everyone's eyes went wide. Jane, did you hit your head? You saw the rare golden fragrant maize, the same silver-ranked maize that only grows in the capital of Eternal Immortal Empire, and moonlit starhorn cattle. Not one cow but a herd of moonlit starhorn cattle in the poorest barony in the wasteland. Have you forgotten that those cows produce the famous crystal milk that nobles clamor for? a female said, trying to make sure Jan knew what she was talking about, but when she saw Jane's serious face, her expression fell. John's expression grew ugly. He could not believe he'd just severed the connection between him and such a rich lord. "Uncle, what did you say to him?" Jane asked, unable to believe their chance to become the sole distributors of such precious goods was slipping out of their hands. "He already used the sentence 'that's a pity,' and you know what it means when nobles say that," one man said with a downcast expression. Jane felt regret. Had she known she wouldn't have rested but followed Asher here. 4 days later, Asher arrived before his town. Looking at it from afar, he could not recognize it. The walls were now made from thick tree trunks and were 5 meters tall. There were watchtowers at the 4 corners of the rectangular fortress. Even the surroundings of the town, which had transformed into a fortress, became filled with golden fragrant maize plants, with a wide path that led to the gates in the middle. It's been 3 weeks since the maize seeds were planted, and they had now grown taller than a human and had fruits that had the length of half an adult's forearm. Just one was enough to feed 2 in the morning, and they wouldn't be hungry till the late hours of noon. When Asher got closer, he spotted the same old woman staring at the corn with a wide smile on her face. The moment she saw him riding a cart and his wolf moving beside him, she fell on her knees. "Lord Asher." Asher smiled. "I see you won't doubt me anymore." He chortled. "Lord Asher is back." A soldier stands on the allure, which is the walkway on the wall, bellowed at the top of his lungs. "My lord." Alex came running out of the gates with 10 other swordsmen behind him. They had been training in the camp when they heard the guard's voice. Upon seeing the blood stain on the white cloth Asher used to tie his shoulder, Alex's expression became ugly. "Why are you rushing out like I'm about to be killed?" Asher chuckled. He knew Alex was angry at his decision to go to Baron Snow alone, but that experience had matured him. "My lord, you were gone for 7 days. Why leave alone?" Alex shared his complaints, but Asher smiled softly. They looked behind the cart and saw the regal falcons looking back at them without much curiosity. They were more focused on the moonlit cattle far away. While the soldiers couldn't see the cattle, the falcons could. Their eyesight was much sharper than humans. As Asher looked at the tall, sturdy walls, the panel of the fortress appeared. Fortress name, Ash Fortress. Fortress Tier 1 population, 4, 810,000th security, 35 100ths loyalty, 65 100ths. Asher smiled when he saw the loyalty stats. This meant no one was planning to flee to another barony. It was a good thing. And the town jumped Tier 3 because he fused it with Baron Snow's fortress. The moment he entered the fortress, Asher almost thought he was in a different place. The buildings which weren't habitable were now completely made of solid wood, the roads were wide and clean. Even people's clothing received an upgrade. What stood out the most was the second, 4-meter-tall wooden wall that went around his castle. Although he couldn't see how the castle looked now, from the distance it looked about 2 times bigger than before. There were 2 watchtowers, and they accommodated 4 swordsmen. Suddenly, he saw people looking behind him, causing him to look, and he saw farmers bringing in corn. "I thought it would take 1 month," Asher said to himself. He ordered a swordsman to take the cart into the castle's courtyard and went to the gates with Alex always behind him. When he came out, he perceived a sweet aroma coming from the maize that was being harvested. The aroma came from the corn. There was a faint golden mist in the air and it came along with an enticing fragrance, which made Asher understand why the corn was called golden fragrant corn. Asher approached the farming land, squatted, and took a handful of soil. After scrutinizing it, he discovered the soil was richer than before the upgrade. This meant that not only the buildings and people but even the soil upgraded. Your soil has upgraded and is able to absorb mana from the mana veins deep in the earth core. Every yield from this soil will be from bronze grade and above. Asher's eyes trembled. This soil was a gold mine. Just these corns alone would earn him thousands of gold coins, but his citizens came first. He would start planning to sell to others once everything in the barony was in check. Make sure Kelvin reports the yield. Alex nodded. Asher left the bustling crowd and returned to his castle. As he walked into the sacred hall, his lips curled upwards. It was 3 times bigger than before, and the dim ash stone walls, the platform where he sat, and Sirius laying at the corner gave the hall the theme he always desired. Anyone who walked into this hall for the first time would be cautious even without him showing up. "Where is Alec?" Asher asked Alex as they left the sacred hall for the dining room. He was famished and needed to consume a proper steaming meal. "He went on patrol. Did anything worth my notice happen during my absence?" "No, my lord," Alex responded respectfully. As a veteran swordsman, he knew that Asher wasn't the same as before. When Asher walked into the dining room, he discovered it had been transformed into a dining hall. Right at that moment, Kelvin walked in from the other door, and 2 maids came in after him. They carried trays from which an enticing aroma came. Asher's eyes twinkled. "My lord." Kevin bowed. He had been informed by a maid who was informed by a soldier, so he made sure Asher's meal was prepared, regardless of his opinion. It was an offense to wait for the lord to ask for food, so it was better to always prepare. Whether he chose to eat or not wasn't an offense on his part. While Asher was expecting to fill his stomach, another maid, Mary, came in with a roasted wild swine. A broad smile appeared on Asher's face. If he paid Kelvin, he would have raised his salary for his thoughtfulness. While Asher was smiling, Kevin hid the slight panic that crossed his eyes when he saw Asher's injury. However, inwardly, he swore to make sure Asher never went on such a dangerous mission alone. Meanwhile, not so far away from the fortress, 20 men, well armed with leather armor and swords and seated atop a horse, escorted the carriage. Inside the carriage sat a gray-haired man and a black-haired woman of acceptable beauty. She wore a black gown and sat opposite the man with her arms crossed. With all the direct Ashbourne descendants dead, the title of Baron rightfully belongs to the cripple. Aquila Tyre, Baron Tyre's third and last daughter, said to Geoffrey. Geoffrey scowled. "Can a cripple who can't get up from his bed rule a barony? I, Geoffrey, though also a bastard child, am still older than that cripple, so the barony rightfully belongs to me. But none of them has ever seen you. Their loyalty will surely lean toward the cripple." Aquila retorted. "Aquila, I have hundreds of guards, a large manor, and thousands of farmers working under me. I can rule a barony, and your father is aware of that, which is why he betrothed you to me." Aquila looked out the window. "Before you cross your line, my father said you can only marry me when you become the Baron of the Ashbourne territory." "Sir, we're here. Sir, we're here." The voice of Zach, Geoffrey's chief guard, fell into their ears. This shouldn't take. Aquila's mouth fell open upon seeing the thick, tall wooden walls and soldiers patrolling on the allure. Even the watchtowers were manned. This structure did not match what she had in mind. "Is that golden, fragrant corn?" A gasp came from Geoffrey, who stood by her side. His voice made her lower her gaze to the lush fields, and disbelief struck her again. How could a farm produce such a yield in this poor, abandoned barony? Wasn't this the same town that was ruled by Baron James Ashbourne, the man who was the tropic of every noble family in the wasteland? The noble families had already excluded the Ashbournes, as not only did they not have a gold-drank knight for over 3 decades, they had a bad reputation. The farmers were busy harvesting the corn, and a cloud of golden mist had formed over the farmlands. Geoffrey, Aquila, and their men could perceive the delicious scent of golden fragrant corns. When did this poor barony again begin to grow gold from the ground? Zach, the chief guard said with an envious gleam in his eyes. If this farm belonged to his lord, he would be the target of most wealthy families, as they would gladly give him their daughters to marry so as to get access to his lord. Not just that, but he would also be filthy rich. He edged close to Geoffrey. "My lord, this place belongs to you, right?" "Of course it does," Aquila replied when she saw the distressed expression on Geoffrey's face. As they were about to go back into the carriage before the people spotted them, Geoffrey saw the herders on their way back with a herd of moonlit star-horn cattle. Upon seeing the cattle and the sterling bulls behind them, he blinked several times. What was going on? Weren't these silver-ranked livestock that he heard of in his stay in the High Plains? It was said only high-class nobles like the Count, Marquis, dukes, and rich merchants could afford to train or buy the products of these livestock. The worth of this barony has just risen up by several folds just with the appearance of the maize and cattle. Forget being a baron. Geoffrey was sure he could buy the title of a viscount if he had all these. Let's go. He entered his carriage when the herders began to look at them. Upon reaching the gates, the soldiers stopped them. Their eyes were emotionless as they gazed at Zack, who tried to threaten them by releasing a bit of his silver-ranked aura. "Who are you?" All of a sudden, a thick, reverberating voice rang from behind, causing Zack to turn. He saw a tall, muscular man who could be likened to a bear approaching him. The man wore an enviable gambeson with metal vambraces, boots with metal attachments, and a thick coat with fur padding at the shoulder blades. A shield the size of a door and the height of an adult was on his back, and a spear was firmly gripped in his large hands. Zack frowned. "I'm Zack, Chief Guard and Guardian of Lord Geoffrey Ashbourne, the rightful lord of this land." His voice went far. In the next moment, all the soldiers around him went on a defensive stance with their shields before them and their spears above the shields. Their eyes were cold, ready to enact Alec's orders. The men around Zack wanted to pull their swords, but with spears pointing at them from all sides, they chickened out. They were just farm guards and fought thieves and sometimes wild beasts. They had never faced a true, battle-hardened army. "An Ashbourne?" Alec said softly. Geoffrey opened the window and looked at Alec. "Tell your current lord that Baron James Ashbourne's third son is here." Alec scoffed and revealed a little smile, shocking his men. For the first time in a month, he actually smiled, but this smile might not be for Geoffrey's good. Geoffrey and Aquila sat in the dining room. Aquila looked at him. "When did your father build this?" "He didn't. If he did, my mother wouldn't have chosen to live with her family." Aquila frowned deeply. "So who built it?" "Your father's sons are dead, and only the bastards are left. You did a good job raising the other bastards, but that cripple was exempt." Right as Aquila uttered the last word, the double door swung open, and 3 maids trooped in. They had prepared a meal with the corn. They dropped the meals on the table and left. Aquila showed a disgusted expression when she saw that the meals weren't served with silverware, and the hollowware wasn't ceramic but wooden. "What rubbish is that? Do they want to poison me?" Geoffrey also had the same expression, but when he saw the soft gleam on the surface of the milk, he was forced to take a sip, but that sip transformed into a voracious gulping. In no time he finished it and decided to take a spoonful of the shimmering golden corn. As he chewed, his expression grew bright, and he adjusted himself and began to eat. Aquila looked at him with large eyes. "Geoffrey, stop eating that." "I said, stop eating," she yelled, and Geoffrey wiped his mouth. "Taste it before you yell." Under Geoffrey's persuasion, Aquila finally took a sip, and her eyes went wide. It seemed like everything she took before this was rubbish. She could feel a comforting sensation throughout her body, causing her to let out a joyful moan of satisfaction. "With this, your father and I will be the richest in the entire wasteland. Even richer than Count William Tigress if we play our cards right." Geoffrey's words painted a bright future in Aquila's mind, a future where those nobles in the High Plains would clamor for her like flies. Before she went deep into her dreams, the doors swung open once again, and 2 men walked in. Upon seeing the young gray-haired man, Geoffrey froze in shock. "You're a broken bar. I'm Baron Asher Ashbourne, Lord of Ash Fortress, and you are?" Asher said in a domineering tone. Geoffrey frowned but wiped out his frown in the next moment. "Geoffrey Ashbourne, your elder brother." Kelvin frowned deeply due to Geoffrey's lack of respect. How dare he not bow to his lord? Asher smiled. an ashbourne near Broken Bar. There were traces of disbelief lurking in his voice. Aren't you the cripple? How are you able to walk? Aquila gasped. As you can see, I am no cripple, Miss Aquila Tyre. Aquila, though shocked that Asher knew of her background, remained calm externally. Junior brother, I can see further left a lot in your hands. Are you sure you can rule it alone? Jeffrey said softly. Asher tilted his head. What do you mean? You're too young to rule a barony. Don't be offended. Aquila said the last 3 words with a tone that showed that she wasn't trying to be nice. They obviously thought Asher couldn't have been the one to make the wretched Ashtown into this fortress with well-made houses and a stable society. Kelvin's eyes narrowed. Might be so, but the people don't seem to bother. Little brother, don't let the resources of this fortress blind your eyes. This barony can only be ruled by a responsible ashbourne. The others have failed, and I have proven to be the rightful heir by owning wheat farmlands that require thousands of farmers and hiring hundreds of warriors. With me as lord, our name will regain honor. Apparently, you came to take my title away from me, and you brought a few men? That's insulting. Asher got to his feet, and his amicable expression became cold. Leave. Wrong choice. Aquila snickered, and in the next moment, Ice crept up and locked Kelvin in place. She got up, and Kat walked toward Asher with an ice spike in her hand. You don't speak that way to a mage. Or have you forgotten barbaric warriors like you were once our slaves? Asher looked around him and saw ice spikes around his chair. If he made a little movement, the ice would pierce through his flesh. Last I remembered, the Tyres have never produced a mage, and the water element is even stranger. The barren nobles of the wasteland all have an ancestral lineage of fire except my familiar Broken Bar. Asher tilted his head to face the encroaching woman. You're not a true Tyre. Your elemental manipulation made you special, but it doesn't give you the right to threaten a baron. Maybe. But it gives me the right to threaten young boys, and I consider you one. She smirked and lifted the spike. You will hand over the title, or you won't live to see my fiancée tilde copyright rule. Asher chuckled. Your brain might be damaged, Miss Tyre, because you probably did not consider how you would escape my men. She's a silver-ranked mage. The only one among all the baronies. Even if you have 10 silver-ranked warriors, which I doubt you do, Aquila would still kill them. You're mad. Kelvin roared in anger. Aquila sealed his mouth with ice and presented a paper, which Jeffrey brought out. Asher was to write on it, stating he had handed his territory over to Jeffrey, sign, and put his seal on it. Asher was still calm as he looked at the paper. Do you know the most powerful force of a true ashbourne? It's not his men or his power, but a Broken Bar. He smiled. Jeffrey frowned, and at that moment, the double door swung open. A large, white wolf leisurely walked in and threw a glance at them. Upon seeing the gold-ranked magic beast, Aquila's breath hitched. A bonded pet beast. Her heart skipped a bit. Her father encouraged her that the Ashbournes had lost their heritage of their powerful guardian wolves, and this was what gave her, a knowledgeable mage, the courage to behave so audaciously. Jeffrey left his seat and shifted away. Broken Bar, how is this possible? Meet Sirius. Asher said with a deathly tone that sent shivers down Aquila's and Jeffrey's spines. In the next moment, Sirius lunged toward Jeffrey and ripped him apart before Aquila's eyes. She staggered backward and suddenly felt a presence behind her, causing her to turn back. Behold, it was the man who was supposed to be in his chair, surrounded by ice spikes. It was Asher. You made a mistake, but to avoid problems, I won't ask Sirius to kill you. Jeffrey is a threat, and he gave me the chance to eliminate him. I wouldn't have done it if he did nothing wrong, as my conscience would judge me, but as for you, I'll just make you what you called me. Aquila's eyes widened. As she was about to thrust the ice spike into Asher's chest, Sirius slapped her with so much force that she hit the table, causing it to break into 2. Ah! She screamed and fell to the ground. The ice melted, allowing Kelvin to move. My lord, why didn't you kill her? Asher glanced at the unconscious woman without much expression. Because I don't want a war with Baron Tyre for now. But she called me a cripple, and I made her one. Send her back with a letter informing Baron Tyre that she threatened my life. Asher walked to the door and paused. He then turned back. Also tell him not to keep my bird or I will be forced to send Sirius. After Asher left, Sirius followed him while licking its mouth. The moment Asher entered his room, he sat on his bed and looked at his shivering hands. He puffed out. Playing strong though was tough, Sirius. Asher looked at his wolf, which lay beside his bed, and looked elsewhere. It looked like Sirius wasn't interested in listening to him. Having a mage cast a spell that could kill him in a second was frightening. It took lots of willpower to hide his fear and summon Sirius. He wasn't as brave as his men thought he was, but he wanted them to think in that direction, as it was more positive. It's the last time I will be receiving guests in the dining hall. From now on, I will receive all except an acquaintance in the sacred hall, and I also need to station guards there. No one should be able to reach me so easily. Asher's eyes flashed with resolve. A few days after sending the crippled Aquila back to her father, Baron Tyre, Asher waited for a response but got none. He was also waiting to see if Aquila neglected his threat and told Baron Tyre about his territory, but it seemed like the woman was too traumatized to speak. At the moment, he sat in his scared hall facing 4 individuals. 2 stood at the front, and the other 2 stood behind and were more afraid of the giant beast lying by the corner. Do not fear, it will attack unless I say so, Asher said to the man and woman who stood at the back. The man was well built and muscular, looking like a blacksmith. His hair was tied into a ponytail, and his mustache could win an award. Despite his rough appearance, his countenance wasn't the same with Sirius in the hall. The woman beside him looked prettier than most women Asher had seen in his fortress, and her clothing looked much better than the commoners but less than his. She was a tailor. Both individuals were apprentices. It was to be known that being an apprentice wasn't as casual as it sounded. Apprentice-grade professionals could not be found everywhere, as they had to go through extensive training from either journeyman-grade professionals or master-grade professionals and then become an apprentice. Apprentices were bound by the tradition of leaving their masters to forge their own paths. These 2 came to the wastelands from the Intis Kingdom, but their team was devoured by the beast tide last winter, and they've been in the town since then, unable to return. It was almost a year since they were stuck here, and the duo had long adapted, especially Old West, the forge worker. Just a fancy name for a blacksmith. His name was actually Dan. But since he always talked about the West, where he came from, he was nicknamed Old West. He and Lois had opened up shops in the town, and almost all the citizens knew about them. Before the tailor and blacksmith were Alex and Alec. According to the system, they were commander-grade materials, meaning they could one day lead an army of several thousand strong. Mr. Dan, I've heard of your fame. Asher flashed a smile. Dan smiled widely. Miss Lois, I heard you helped my men with their armor before I became Baron. Lois smiled softly and bowed. When Dan saw this, he spoke, but my lord, I also forged spearheads for the soldiers for free, and I bought those steel. I know, and you spoke before I could appreciate you. Humphrey. Dan harumphed and crossed his arms. I want to establish both of you. I want you to be focused on how to make the equipment of the military better while your trainees focus on helping the people. A broken bar, my lord, we're just apprentice-grade professionals. We can't train anyone yet. Lois replied. That's not a problem. The moment Asher said that, a notification popped up in his retina. Would you like to upgrade the tailor and blacksmith from apprentice-grade professionals to journeyman-grade professionals? Yes or no? Yes. Instantly, Dan and Lois were transformed by a blinding light, and their appearances changed. Dan was now wearing an apron, the size of his muscle increased by a fold, his mustache became neat, and a heavy-looking hammer hung on his waist. Lois also had a similar transformation. And not only did they change, but their shops went through the same transformation. The knowledge inside their heads made them wander off for a long while. When they regained themselves, they went on one knee and bowed. "We greet Lord Asher. Rise," Asher said softly as he watched their loyalty rise from 45 to the 90s. Lois' loyalty stat stopped at 95 while Dan's reached 100. After the town's upgrade, all the soldiers had a loyalty stat of 100, including the twins, and it was because a fortress gave more perks to the military than civilians. So now, Asher had a loyal army that would give their lives for him, and now, a blacksmith who might break people's bones with his hammer should he hear his lord is in danger. "I want a batch of apprentice-grade professionals before winter, so make sure you train them well. Dan, focus on studying their weapons and forge better ones out of our unique iron ore. Your new shop should have a blast furnace so you can smelt them into fine steel." A blast furnace. Dan's eyes widened. Previously, he had a bloomery, but a blast furnace was 100 times better. He heard only master-grade professionals in the High Plains could afford to build it, but now he suddenly had one. "Lois, I also want more tailors, and make sure you focus on treating and making proper leather armor." "Yes, my lord." They both responded and were given permission to rush to their upgraded shops. "Have you filled the positions of the dead?" Asher asked his commanders. Alec nodded. 3 weeks ago. "Good. What about the battle force art?" "We use the basic null elemental Crimson Wolf battle force. It should be able to work for every soldier." Alex replied. "I've asked Kelvin to give both of you the blazing battle force art. It's a powerful art given by my ancestors to the chief knights, and I took it from Peter's room and wanted both of you to have it." Alec nodded while Alex couldn't hide his smile. "Alex, you will take 10 men and guard my castle. You shall also be my guardian knight until I find someone else." "Yes, my lord." Alex bowed his head. "Alec, you will take care of the training and the overall state of the military. I'll need a weekly update on everything." "Yes, my lord." "You can leave." After the twins left, Asher exhaled and leaned backward. "Pretty sure none of them knows I don't have talent. Without my golden finger, I might have been killed by Jeffrey and his major fiancée, whatever she is." Boom. The double door swung open, and Kelvin walked in with hurried steps. "My lord, Count William Tigris sent a letter to you." "What?" Asher stared at Kelvin with inquisitive eyes. "Count Tigris sent a message?" Kelvin nodded and gave him the rolled-up paper. Asher broke the seal and opened the letter. His eyes wandered over the paper, and he frowned deeply. "Since when did Count Tigris invite the Ashbournes for his daughter's birthday after cancelling the betrothal between us?" he asked Kelvin. "He has never sent an invitation." Asher narrowed his eyes. "It says here that his daughter just came back from the Eternal Hills Academy in Newby's dukedom and is now betrothed to the heir of Duke Newby's." The moment Kelvin heard that, he looked at Asher but couldn't find a trace of anger in his eyes, but he could tell that Asher felt uncomfortable and didn't want to be there. After all, that woman was once betrothed to him. It was more than Kelvin thought. The thought of Leah Tigris reminded Asher of Earth Leah, and it reopened the wound he had buried under piles and piles of work. "I won't be attending." He handed the letter back to Kelvin, turned, and left. An hour later, Asher sat in his study reading a chronicle about the Ashbournes. His eyes drifted to the book concerning Newby's dukedom, and he found himself moving toward the book, taking it and returning to his seat. As he read through it, he discovered the Newby's dukedom was the eternal immortal empire's sacred land for sharpshooters. They had forces so powerful that the entire continent of Tenaria acknowledges them to be the most powerful army of sharpshooters. The book went into specifics concerning the Dark Skies Legion. It was made up of special sharpshooters who could cause havoc and destruction on battlefields. It went as far as saying one could kill 100. The Newby's dukedom was the largest dukedom in the northern High Plains. So she left a cripple and got betrothed to the son of a powerful duke. How lucky. He scowled and closed the book that seemed to praise the Newby's dukedom non-stop. Knock. Knock. He heard a gentle knock and turned his head toward the door. "You may come in." The door opened, and Kelvin walked in with a tray. On the tray was a cup of warm milk. "For strength, my lord." After sipping a couple of times, Asher turned toward Kelvin. "What brings you?" "The letter." Asher's brows furrowed, but he controlled his emotions by hardening his grip on the cup. "Go on." "It's been years since Count William sent an invitation to the Ashbournes, and this occasion is bigger than a casual birthday. Your presence is necessary in that gathering, or it might be taken as a show of disregard." Asher sighed. "It's a big gathering, my lord, and you can remain in a corner. As long as your presence is known, you'll be out of the Count's eyes," Kelvin added. Asher looked in a mirror and saw his face. After looking at his frowning face for a while, Asher puffed out. "I'll need a wheelchair. Do we have a carpenter in the fortress?" Kelvin placed his fist before his mouth and coughed. "I was a carpenter's son and grew up in the trade before your father picked me at a young age. But what do you need a wheelchair for?" Asher got up. "I can't tell the world that I'm no longer a cripple yet. Prepare a wheelchair and another that can support me on horseback. Also, what gift can we give to her?" Kelvin distinctively noticed that Asher didn't want to say Leah's name. "What do you suggest?" Kelvin asked. Asher scratched his hair. "I have no suggestions. That's why I said we should come up with something." "By we, do you mean me?" Asher glared at Kelvin and walked out. "Mary, bring my sword," he said to the maid while walking through the corridor. By the time he arrived on the training platform outside the castle, Mary was right behind him with his sword, neatly sheathed in the scabbard. Shing! He drew it out and began to swing it so fast that Mary's eyes couldn't follow. While moving around and swinging his sword, Asher's mind went into a hyperstate. All of a sudden, he stopped his sword mid-swing and lowered it. "I've got it." He gave Mary the sword and walked out of the gates of his castle. Although Leah might have dumped him for someone better, he still wouldn't go there empty-handed. "Isn't that Lord Asher?" People began pointing at him with shocked and excited expressions. Eventually, Asher arrived before Dan's shop. Right outside the shop, Dan was smithing something. It was in the last stages, but Asher only had a few days, so he couldn't be patient. "Dan, can you make 1,000 silver bracelets with the next batch of iron ore? If you can do more, do so." Clank. Dan hit the hammer against the object and lifted his head. "My lord, 1,000 silver bracelets is no problem. Should they be plain or, pleasing to the eyes?" Clank. "Pleasing to the eyes, and I need it in 2 days' time." "That will be 15 gold coins." Asher's eyes widened. 15. Clank. "My lord, you want it to be pleasing to the eyes, and that's much more expensive. I'll trade you 2 weeks' worth of moonlit starhorn milk for it," Asher said. Dan's eyes glowed. "Deal." For now, the milk wasn't accessible by the masses, but it was being distributed by soldiers 2 times a week. But no one could buy it. 2 days later. Asher stood in his study, well-dressed in his best attire. His pants were black and his top pure white, without damage. He looked at himself for a brief moment, and then he took his coat and put it on. "You look great, my lord." Kelvin smiled. He felt like a father looking at his son. "Finally, for the present," Asher said, and they both looked at the silver gleaming bracelets on the stone table. It was about 1,078. They looked beautiful, but Asher wanted it to have more than just casual beauty. "System, where are you?" Tring a broken bar, ding. "Would the host like to upgrade these silver bracelets to become a silver-ranked magic bracelet?" 1,078 silver bracelets available for fusion, fuse. Swoosh. When the light went down, only one bracelet was left on the table, but it wasn't like the other ones. This bracelet had a plain surface that looked absolutely normal, but 5-finger-long, thin silver chains connected it to emerald crystal leaves, which had a subtle glow. The crystal leaves had pulsing veins, making it look more mystical. All of a sudden, the leaves began to flutter in the air, and a cool breeze flowed into the room. Asher looked around with raised eyebrows. The breeze wasn't coming from the window, so it had to be from the bracelet. Ting! Ting! Soft, soothing chimes rang, filling the room with its magical tunes that seemed to have a calming effect over the mind. Wind chimes, a magical bracelet with an affinity with the wind element. The decorations chime ceaselessly, swaying on illusory wind. Although it doesn't possess an offensive ability, it is treasured jewelry for princesses and queens. Asher picked up the bracelet and saw small gleaming raindrops, some at the tip of the leaves, some in the middle, and some at the end. The bracelet was beyond doubt the most beautiful thing Asher had ever seen in his 2 lives. "My lord, your talent must be a supreme grade 1. Kelvin said it out of shock and awe as he gazed at the beautiful bracelet. No doubt, his lord could get the attention of any woman, including the daughters of dukes, with this bracelet alone. Supreme grade talents were talents in the range of S to SSS, and it was audacious for Kelvin to make such bold claims when these talents were so rare that even empires with millions of citizens had less than 100. However, there was one talent above other talent grades, but no one after the fall of mages had been able to awaken such a peak grade talent, but Asher suspected his system could be rated as a talent of the lost and forgotten grade. The zenith grade. "My lord, don't be offended. But why give her something this valuable? Do you intend to change her heart?" Asher looked at Kelvin. "If I must attend that party, I can't appear with a useless shift. And I want her and her father to know that I'm not just in the past. I too can grow. Besides, with my talent, a silver-ranked item means little." He opened a small wooden box, put the bracelet in, and closed it. "Is my wheelchair prepared?" he asked Kelvin. Kelvin left and returned with a well-polished wooden chair. "Sit, my lord." He smiled. Asher examined the wheelchair and smiled widely. "Is Alex prepared?" "He is." "Let me go remove this attire. I'll wear it on that day." After 2 weeks, Asher and Alex arrived at the capital city of the Tigris territory. He chose to move with Alex alone because he didn't want to bring along bronze-ranked bodyguards, which would make people more curious. With Alex alone, they might suspect that he was the only silver-ranked warrior he had. And many would guess he carried Alex to protect himself, and with such thought he wouldn't attract too much attention after presenting his gift. The gift should be the only outstanding thing about him. At this moment, Asher, dressed in the same attire he examined in his study, sat in a wheelchair and was pushed by Alex through a long, wide corridor. Magic candles lit up the corridor, illuminating the brick walls. "Prepare yourself, my lord, you'll meet different nobles there," Alex said, and Asher nodded. "I know." As the large doors were opened by 2 guards donning plate armor, revealing the great hall, which was populated with individuals of different high-class standing. According to rumors, the Ashburns should be the lowest of the lowest, even lower than merchants. The second a man in a wheelchair entered the hall, he garnered attention. Many were looking at him, and when they saw his gray hair, they began to whisper to themselves. Asher wore a smile as Alex pushed him to the table where other neighboring barons were. There were sumptuous meals on the table, but none of them ate. They all had one guard behind them, and those guards were silver-ranked warriors. A red-haired, fat man walked up to him. He wore expensive linen attire and had a gold-trimmed monocle resting before his right eye. "You must be Asher. James' last son, isn't it?" "I am. I am Claude Flamart." The man stretched out his hand with a friendly smile. Asher accepted his friendly gesture and shook his hand. Just from the build and tone, he knew Claude was a merchant and a wealthy one at that. "Asher Ashbourne, it's a pleasure to meet a fellow lord." Asher smiled amicably. "You're the cripple?" A harsh tone came from the side. Asher looked and saw it was the man sitting beside him. He hadn't thought of looking at his side, so he never knew that Baron Caintyre sat beside him. The man had a bear-like frame, and the middle part of his beard was white. "My girl came to your territory," he said. "Oh?" Asher's reply made him frown. I thought Ashtown would be without a lord. Who knew it would accept a lord in wheelchairs? Being in a wheelchair doesn't mean I haven't ruled my territory better than some. About your girl, I hope she enjoyed her stay." Asher showed his white teeth at the fuming Baron. Claude Flamart chuckled. He was shocked Asher had this much confidence, but a lord's confidence must come from his might. "You have a sharp mouth," Baron Kane said stiffly. "Thank you." "Ha ha ha," Claude burst into laughter. Suddenly, sounds of melody came from the musicians, and silence befell the hall as the doors opened, revealing a charming blonde elf and a handsome man both wearing captivating smiles. Gaps filled the hall. The crowd cleared, allowing Asher to get a good view of Leah in her long white gown. Her beauty was breathtaking, and the man beside her was also handsome. Slade newbies. Everything seemed like a slow-paced movie before Asher's eyes as he watched the beautiful woman, who was once a petite young girl, move through the crowd and sit on the right-hand side of her father, William Tigress. William Tigress had sons, but they were worthless compared to Leah. She was a mage with an S-grade talent, and she also formed an alliance between their family and the newbies' family. This feat couldn't be replicated by any of his sons, who were just swordsmen. Slade newbies stood before the long desk where Leah, her father, and her brothers sat and bowed toward William Tigress. "Father-in-law." He chuckled. William and most nobles burst into laughter, but their breaths went cold in the next second as Slade took a beautiful golden box from a servant and presented it before the Tigress family. Leah's ocean blue eyes revealed hints of shock and anticipation. As her father handed it over to her, she opened the gorgeous box and saw a blue gem. It was created by the best in the capital and custom-made for a certain beautiful ice mage. He winked at Leah. Asher watched him take the gem and place it in the middle of Leah's palm. The moment it touched her palm, tiny chains came out and frost claws appeared on her fingernails. It looked like a bracelet and, at the same time, a unique type of gauntlet. With that gauntlet, your magic output would increase by twofold. Gasp. Gasps filled the hall. Everyone could see that the item was a magical one, and it was of the silver rank. Silver-ranked magical items were extremely rare and about 10 times more expensive than other items of the same rank because they were meant for mages. Flower swordsman, a broken bar commander Philip, son of General. After Slade sat beside Leah, other nobles came up to present gifts, some to Leah, some to Slade, some to William, and a few to his sons. After a while, it was finally Asher's turn. Baron Asher Ashbourne, grandson of the Winter Shorer and son of the Snow Swordsman. The man calling names said with a loud voice. Upon hearing those names, everyone in the hall focused their attention on the man in a wheelchair being pushed by his bodyguard. No family, not even the counts, had such a powerful title. However, everyone knew it was befitting for the warrior nobles, the great Ashbournes, but their glory was now in the past. Asher's father, James Ashbourne, was once the Snow Swordsman. Unfortunately, after his wife died, he became useless. When Leah saw the handsome young man in a wheelchair, her eyes trembled. Asher bowed his head and lifted it back up. "Welcome back to the north, Leah Tigress." There was an undercurrent uproar when the nobles heard the word, the north. That was the glorious name of the wastelands once had. Alex walked up the stairs and placed a polished wooden box on the table. "Couldn't you get any other box other than a wooden one? Is this what the Ashbournes have been reduced to?" A noble scowled. William Tigress peered into Asher's eyes and took the box. Clearly, he did not want his daughter to lay her hands on a mere piece of wood. "Maybe we shouldn't open it in public to avoid some problems," Slade said amicably. "Why is the Duke's son helping him? We all opened our gifts in public since he dared bring one, let him open it." Baron Tyre's tone dripped with venom. William's acute hearing caught hold of those words, and he gave it back to Alex. "Open it." Alex's expression changed. Handing the present back to him was a huge slap to his lord's face, and this was done before several noble families. He could hear the soft giggles of noble women. They were obviously mocking his lord. Alex clenched his teeth. "Alex, open it." Ash's calm voice fell into his ears, causing him to rein in his anger. As Alex opened it, a cool breeze gushed into the room, causing people's hair to flutter gently. Swoosh. Chime. Chime. Soft, soothing chimes came seemingly from the four corners of the hall. The atmosphere changed instantly, and everyone's eyes were glued to the bracelet that floated out of the wooden box and suspended mid-air. A magical item that doesn't need magi force to work. Baron Flameart gasped, his cup threatening to fall off his grasp. It must have been locked in there for so long that it couldn't help but float out after being freed. "I apologize for the inconveniences," Asher said with a bow, but his words this time made the nobles unable to describe their feelings. Unlike Slade's silver-ranked item, Asher's was perfect for a woman. It was both captivating and brought a certain charm that would suit a woman, making her stand out among others. Many noble women already had a glint in their eyes. "Close it." Asher's voice rang, and Alex closed the box. Even he was shocked at the kind of item his lord brought. A proud smile crept up his face as he dropped the box and descended from the platform without an ounce of respect. Asher and Leah's eyes met, but there was no flicker in Asher's eyes, for he realized something. He was meant to be much bigger than everyone here, and no heartbreak was strong enough to keep a knot in his heart. With the system, the might of the Ashbournes would return. This gift was the nudge that loosened the knot, allowing him to let go of the pain in his heart. Even while Leah gazed at him, he only maintained the same smile he had before Alex pushed him away. Several young nobles and prestigious swordsmen were dancing on the dance floor with their partners. Slade and Leah occupied the middle, and many were dazzled by them, but when Leah's eyes wandered about, she couldn't see those peculiar golden eyes. The owner of those eyes was at the balcony at this moment looking at the massive city that was still bustling even when it was night. Asher squinted as he gazed down at Tiger City. In the middle of this great city stood a huge white tiger sculpture. "Alex, do you know why the Count family built that tiger?" Alex shook his head. Asher lifted his head and gazed at the two moons, which were as beautiful as marbles. The Tigress family is a special family that has the lineage's talent of morphing into a white tiger. When I was young, I heard my father talking about how William Tigress tore a bronze-ranked bear apart, and this was when he hadn't transformed. Alex's eyes widened. Leah is the only one who didn't inherit the talent, but she awakened a much better one because of her mother. "So the rumors of Count William having an elf for a wife were true," Alex said. "It is. Her mother is even older than Count William, if I remember correctly. Elves have longer lifespans and can still remain young even after 100 or 2 years. Alex's brows furrowed. He couldn't understand how his lord knew about all this. This information did not sound like something Count William would announce to the public. Little did Alex know that Asher spoke from the knowledge he had about Boundless, the online game. But it coincided perfectly with this world. The uncanny similarity baffled Asher each time he thought of it. Asher turned his head to the north, where his territory was. "I've been looking for you, Ash." Leah walked into the balcony, her white dress and hair fluttering. A soft, barely audible but noticeable chiming fell into Asher's ears, causing him to turn his head, and the first place his eyes went to was her wrists. The atmosphere changed with her presence. This time around, both Asher and Alex were truly amazed at the mild but noticeable ability of the bracelet. Alex swiftly excused himself. "You've grown to become a beautiful woman," Asher said while looking at the radiant young woman. "You also transformed from being short-tempered to being surprisingly calm." She smiled. Asher smiled and turned to face the city. "You're a powerful mage, and your mother is a priestess. This city is the safest place a man can be in the wastelands." Leah giggled. "I actually wanted to be a swordsman and train with you, but our fates were different." Asher glanced at her. "We grew up." Leah's eyebrows furrowed for a moment, but she exhaled. Asher had indeed grown up, and with that, They've grown so far apart that she couldn't read anything about him. No one knew how he got such a bracelet, which could only be found in auctions. If it was in an auction and Asher bought it, someone might have known, but his territory wasn't wealthy enough to buy the bracelet without facing a financial crisis. So it remained a mystery. Asher, the outspoken and innocent boy, had grown to become a very mysterious man. "Do you want to remain a lord of that little town?" She suddenly asked a question that made Asher frown. "It's my duty. You'll die once winter comes. This winter won't be like the others, Ash. Traces of abyss essence have been found in the depths of the wasteland. Only Tigris County is safe, and that is because of my mother's sacred domain spell. Even if the entire north is consumed by a beast tide, I and my citizens will be fine." Leah blinks several times. "I thought you could think rationally now." Right at this moment, Slade walked into the balcony. "Little lord of the little town, it's been a long time." Asher frowned. He vividly recalled someone saying something like this when he was younger. "I guess you've forgotten me. I'm the one that made a bet with you that I'd marry Leah. I bet it was amusing to you then since she was betrothed to you, but now, I just wasn't betrothed to her. We are now engaged." Slade held Leah's hand and showed Asher the ring. "Oh? I think it was in the invitation letter, but I forgot about it. Also, I became a cripple, and Leah would never wed a cripple, so I lost 12 years ago." Creases formed on Slade's forehead. Asher's reply sounded nonchalant. The pain he sought wasn't there, and since it was absent, he didn't get the satisfaction he wanted. And so, he wrapped his hand around Leah's waist. "You should leave your little territory and come stay here or you won't live to see the next year." "Thanks for the advice." Slade snorted. A gleam flashed through his eyes, and his gold-ranked force spread out. But Asher remained unfazed. Leah nudged him. "Stop." She said it softly. "Don't get consumed with the pride of being a lord because you're not capable of being one. You were just picked because you were the only one available." "Slade." Leah raised her voice as Slade was too blunt and harsh. "A man that is down needs fear, no fall, but he that is at the top." Seeing that Asher wouldn't continue, Slade snickered. "All you have now is your sharp mouth. You've lost once because of this same overconfidence, and you'll lose once again, and this time it won't be like before." "Alex." Alex came and pushed Asher out. Slade gazed at him coldly until he vanished from sight. Although Slade was considered a talented young noble in the entire northern High Plains, he still saw Asher as a threat, and it was just because of one thing: Asher's confidence. Where in the world did it come from? The next day, William sat in his study with his chief guard and his butler. He turned his head to his chief guard. "What do you think of the cripple? He's no threat. But his personality is alarming. However, no noble will be willing to be his ally because there is nothing to gain from such. Is that so?" William hummed deeply. The only thing that stood out was his bodyguard. "He looks young, but he must be a talent that would rot in that god-forsaken place." William rubbed his chin. "Watch him. I want to know how he got that treasure." Knock. Knock. "Who is it?" the butler asked. "There's crucial information about Lord Asher that I need to relay to the Lord." "What information?" William asked the guard who was allowed in. "Baron Asher is no longer in the capital." "What?" None of them could believe the man they were plotting to spy on had long left the capital, and the Ashbourne territory was so far that no one could remember the way after 12 years. And true to their thoughts, most of the path was like a desert. There were no forests, for almost all greenery had been eaten up by the abyss essence's dark energy. While they were baffled, far away from the Tigris city, 2 horses with 2 riders could be seen. Asher looked at the wheelchair in the cart pulled by Alex's horse and chuckled. "I might not have a need for that anymore." "What do you mean, my lord?" Alex lifted his head to look at the scorching sun, which had made even the golden sand radiate heat, and looked at his hand before turning to Asher. "After this, Count William might not invite me for any gathering any longer, and the dukes don't even know I exist." "I see." After the brief chat, They continued their journey at a moderate pace. Asher considered being monitored, so he made sure he left early, and their speed at the start had been fast, but once it became noon, they had to slow down or lose their strength. Where they were was like a desert. Asher could only see sand dunes for miles, but this place was once fertile ground with lakes and forests. When he was 10, he remembered looking through the carriage and seeing the northern red oak trees, and the road used to have sparse grasses, but now the sand had covered the road and it was just golden sand for miles. "My lord, do you see that?" Alex pointed at a small blurry thing in the distance. Asher squinted but still couldn't see it clearly, so he urged them to go closer at a faster pace. When they got there, he saw a young woman with cuts all over her body. Her clothes had torn parts, and it seemed like she fainted from either losing lots of blood or the scorching sun had sapped her strength. Asher lifted his head and saw light footsteps that came from the distance, stopping where she lay. It was her footsteps that were once deep, but the sand had covered the depth, making it light. In the next few hours, it would be gone, and the woman might also be buried under the sand. "What should we do?" Alex turned his head to Asher. "Check if she's alive." Alex nodded and dismounted, and as he approached the woman, Asher heard the sound of the system. Trigger broken bar, abrupt quest, survive the assassins. 05, reward, awaken a random talent, assassins. Asher's eyes fell on the woman once again. "Alex, draw your sword." The moment his voice fell into Alex's ears, he swiftly drew his sword, and the woman who seemed to be dead sprung up, thrusting her rapier at his chest while in a kneeling position. Clang! Alex deflected the rapier and staggered backward due to his unbalanced posture. At that moment, 4 silver-ranked men burst out of the sand and ran toward Asher with their weapons drawn. Asher quickly reached out for his waist, only to realize his sword wasn't there. He was to be a cripple, so he couldn't carry his sword. Swoosh! He rolled away from his horse, and an arrow grazed the horse. Thud! Asher fell on the ground and rushed for the cart. Alex had already left the woman, racing toward the 4 men. He intercepted 2 and rolled forward, avoiding their blades. Still on his knees, he swung his great sword backward, cutting through the assassin's leather armor. The other 2 closed the gap. One wielding twin daggers leapt, and the other swung his broadsword. Time seemed to slow down, and Alex realized these assassins were highly skilled. They certainly weren't hired by a low-class noble. Bam! Asher appeared behind the man wielding a broadsword and slammed his foot against the man's back. This gave Alex temporary relief, and the sharpshooter swiftly released an arrow that grazed Alex's left cheek. However, Alex was out of the death trap and swiftly dispatched the assassin, wielding 2 daggers. After cutting down the assassin, Alex faced the assassin wielding a broadsword and the woman with the rapier. While fighting, he located the position of the sharpshooter but couldn't do anything as these 2 assassins were on his toes. Silver light suddenly emanated from the woman, and her power increased spontaneously. Before he could react to her sudden speed burst, she had already pierced his shoulder. Her expertise was speed, and she was clearly faster than him. Alex clenched his teeth and held the rapier. He swung his sword so fast that the air whistled, and it cut the woman. He pulled out the rapier and flung it at the other one. It pierced through his chest, and he fell backward. Alex fell on his knee. That rapier was poisonous. He gasped. "Lord Asher." He lifted his head and saw that Asher had brought down the archer. Asher looked at his dying bodyguard and saw a notification. "Survive the assassins. 5-5, completed. Would you like to upgrade your silver-ranked swordsman Alex to a gold-ranked sword knight before the awakening process begins? Yes or no?" "Yes." Swoosh. This time, Alex emerged as a 7-foot-tall man with bigger arms and sword 2 times wider than before. He was clad in chain mail and steel chest plates that only covered his chest, steel vambraces, and polines that had sharp edges over his knees. His boots were also made of fine steel, and those parts that did not have steel were protected by chain mail. A round steel helm that had an opening so small that it seemed like the helmet had no opening for the eyes covered his head. Alex looked like a dreadful knight, and the silver cap with the symbol of a roaring wolf marked him as an Ashbourne knight. Standing at an impressive height of 7 feet, Alex had no doubt transformed into an intimidating warrior on the battlefield. Thud. He fell on one knee. I greet the Lord. Ding. Your awakening will commence in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A broken bar. Thud. Asher collapsed. Woo-woo. Asher first cleaned his face with his right palm before his dull golden eyes could see the light of the sun after 2 weeks. Although Asher had no idea, he had been unconscious for 2 weeks. After the system counted the last number, he blanked out and is just waking up today, yet it seemed as if not 1 second had passed. Tring. A broken bar. Ding. You have successfully awakened a talent. Host, Asher Ashbourne, age, 22. Rank, Silver Talent, Bloodshorer, SS, Job, Lord, Talent Description. This is an active talent that grants the individual connection to his ancestors, entrapping him, her in a state where they lose all emotions and become a true Shorer. When activated, you are the master of every combat method known to those before you. Can only be activated at the sight of your blood when cut. Asher read the description several times, yet he couldn't understand what kind of talent this was. When he remembered the talent that made Baron Snow a giant, his bewilderment was lowered to an extent. For all he knew, this talent would be terrifying since he would instantly become a master of both martial arts and weapons, but the part about losing emotions got him worried, and the activation made it seem like a defensive mechanism, which meant the system also saw this talent as a dangerous one. What would Count William think when he sees that 12 years after he saw my family as trash, I awakened the talent of the same grade as the founding emperor of the eternal immortal empire? With a soft smile, Asher sat up and put his feet on the ground. Some moments later, Asher walked out of his room and found 2 maids whispering in the corridor. The moment they saw him, they froze and bowed their heads. Inform Kelvin that I am awake. After saying that, he left them. So they're talking about Alex's new look, huh? His eyes twinkled. Outside the castle, he found Alex on the training platform training the castle guards. Those on the castle walls watched the castle guards lined up, trying to pick up the sword Alex lifted with one hand and plunged into the platform floor. Alex stood on the platform with crossed arms. All the soldiers admired his armor and impressive stature, but his massive sword amazed them more than anything. They couldn't believe Alex could lift it with one hand. After weighing the sword, they discovered it weighed about 1,000 kilograms. And this was what a man could swing with one hand. Asher looked at the helmet with furrowed brows. He saw it as uncomfortable, and the eye space limited vision, but Alex looked comfortable wearing it. Not only had Alex's rank upgraded but also his knowledge in the blazing battle force art. His body was also being upgraded to human limits, and he was also given memories that had made it seem like he had been wearing that armor for decades. Because of Alex, Asher would be recognized as a baron in the entire teen area. Lord Asher. The soldiers on the castle walls half kneeled. Their voices made Alex and the castle guards realize Asher's presence, and they also half kneeled. Go on. He said it with a smile. Right at that moment, Kelvin came out of the castle. My lord, I'm glad you're finally awake. We have a situation that needs your presence. Asher turned to look at Kelvin. I just woke up, and there's already a problem. Actually, it's been here for 3 days now. My brother and I went on an expedition a week after our return, and we brought wild horses and wild chickens, but we were also attacked by some barbarians 3 days ago when we were on our way back. Barbarians? Asher muttered as he looked at Alex and then at Kelvin. Have you questioned them? Yes. They are from a large tribe with about 3,000 people, and we have their chief. Alex said. Asher's eyebrows raised. You have their chief? Yes. Their chief is a skilled sharpshooter and injured Alec, so I brought all of them so you would decide their fate. Alex said. You didn't kill them immediately. Why? Asher asked, and Alex began to scratch his helmet. Kelvin cleared his throat. Alex was ready to massacre all of them, but Alec was against it. He wanted you to decide after interviewing the barbarians. I think you will know the reason Alex spared their lives after meeting them, my lord. Kelvin said. Bring them to the sacred hall. Inside the sacred hall. Asher blinked when he saw the chief. It was a woman. At first she had a stubborn expression, the same for the four that came with her, but the moment they saw Sirius before him, their stubbornness vanished like the morning mist before the rising sun. Their gazes toward him became one of reverence, and without being forced, all of them fell on their knees and kowtowed. What are you doing? Paying respect to the Great Wolf Rider. Eritrea Wolf, chief of the Great White Wolf tribe, said in fluent Tenaria language. Wolf Rider? The Great Wolf Rider died centuries ago, but you must have been reborn and forgot your memories. Asher scoffed inwardly. While this barbarian chief might be beautiful, she was certainly humorous to think he is some myth. Had she seen the Ashborns in their prime, it would have been an amusing situation. In the end, this was to his advantage. What is your name? Eritrea Wolf, she replied. Why did you attack my men? We thought they were spies from the Raging Bear tribe. I see. Asher leaned back. He locked eyes with her, and her panel appeared. Name, Eritrea Wolf, age, 28 rank, silver talent, perfect shot, A, job, sharpshooter loyalty, 82, talent description. This talent gives the individual 70% accuracy when using the bow. Ding. You have found another commander-grade material to start your regiment of sharpshooters. Upon seeing her talent grade and what her talent could do, Asher leaned back and allowed several thoughts in his mind. Great Rider, we ask that you help our tribe. The Raging Bear tribe is gathering their forces, and I cannot defeat a man who is a rank ahead of me and has defeated my father. Asher looked at Eritrea and smiled softly. One of the major issues of his territory was population, and a population of 3,000 would increase the available workers and also increase the number of his forces. What would I get in return for helping your tribe? The tribe has always belonged to the rider. Kelvin smiled. You will hand over your tribe to me. Asher raised an eyebrow. You saved the tribe during the Great Beast Tide, and it has been yours since then. We chiefs ruled in your stead. Your right still stands. Eritrea moved some hair strands behind her ear, exposing the pointy tip. The moment Asher saw it, his eyes widened. A half-elf. At this point, her talent began to make more sense to him. It also increased his interest in making her his subordinate. I see. Kelvin, make sure they're fed and well clothed. We'll leave for their tribe in 2 days' time. Yes, my lord. After Eritrea left the sacred hall, she felt one of her friends grab her wrist tightly. Don't worry, we're safe, she assured the other woman with a comforting smile. You are all archers? Upon hearing Kelvin, Eritrea replied, yes. Your lord, what is his name? A woman asked. Kelvin turned his head and saw the pink tint on the cheeks of the woman beside Eritrea. He chuckled inwardly. His name is Asher Ashbourne, and he is the lord of this fortress. It's best you address him as Lord Asher and not the Great Rider. Lord Asher, a broken bar, the woman muttered to herself. Are you going to return our weapons? Eritrea closed the gap between her and Kelvin. Number. But we are loyal to the rider. He is Lord Asher, not some rider. Eritrea frowned. What I speak of is not some mere myth. If you don't have something to prove it, do not expect me to believe my lord is some reincarnation of some ancient hero. I've watched him ever since he was born. Watching over him doesn't mean you know everything about him. There might be something that has happened to him that you have no idea of. Things that are invisible are hard to believe in. Kelvin looked at the black-haired woman, who was no doubt a beautiful young woman who had a trait of elven charm, and squinted. She has a strong character. He said it internally. The next day, Eritrea met Asher in the dining hall during the morning hours. Clad fully in leather armor, she looked both elegant and remarkable. Her long hair was cut short, and it made Asher raise his eyebrows. Although she looked better with a shorter hair length, he was still curious. "Why did you cut your hair?" The maid suggested it. "Oh? You can sit." She pulled the chair opposite him and sat down. "Tell me about the Raging Bear tribe." As they conversed, Asher discovered the Raging Bear tribe had a gold-ranked chief who brutally killed her father and slaughtered their forces with his 2 silver-ranked sons, an elite army of warrior barbarians. Apparently, since the wolf tribe had lost most of their males, the Raging Bear wanted the women as spoils of war, but the women shockingly displayed their might as sharpshooters and slowed down their progress mostly through ambushing the Raging Bear tribe's forces. The Raging Bear tribe was a tribe of cannibals that were known for their despicable plundering and atrocious acts of making women from other tribes their slaves. Knowing that there was a tribe in the mountains that enjoyed eating human flesh made Asher alarmed. The next day, he gathered 50 strong men riding 50 tamed horses, Alec, Eritrea, and the remaining barbarians, and they journeyed into the mountains. 2 days later, they arrived before the wolf tribe. There were lots of tents made with animal skin littered about a vast space. They were built in such a way that the main tent was located at the center, and it was a bit bigger than the others. Their walls pretty much had no defensive ability as they only marked their territory. When the barbarians, most of them putting on fur clothing, saw a man on a huge white wolf, their eyes trembled and they began to fall. First, the guards who manned the gates fell to their knees, and that same scene played out until Asher reached the chief tent and came down from Sirius' back. He looked at the crowd of young and old gawking at him like he fell from the sky. His eyes locked on the women wielding bows and the men wielding axes and shields. Just like Eritrea, they were all fit. Alex and Alec had to do a strict selection to get the best men to become soldiers before he came, but there were fit people everywhere. Despite their rough life, they looked stronger than a bull. That was obviously an exaggeration. Is the Great Rider still alive? Did he come to save us from the Raging Bear tribe? The Great Wolf is really huge. While they talked, Asher was led into the chief's tent, and he sat down. Eritrea and Alec stood before him. His forces were garrisoned outside the tribe. Alec, examine the terrain. Yes, my lord. Alec turned and left, leaving Asher and Eritrea alone. Summon all your forces. She bowed her head and left to do exactly what he said. Asher could see a faint relief in her eyes because he had taken her position. She must have been at wit's end trying to give hope to a depressed tribe, but his appearance instantly restored their lost hope, and she knew it would, which was why she quickly brought up their problem. He looked around. There were different animal heads, and behind him was a fur mat where the chief slept. It was big enough to accommodate about 5 individuals. He got up and walked toward the unique bough he saw hanging above the bed. The moment he stretched toward the bough, the curtain opened, and Eritrea walked in. Lord Asher. Her eyes grew wide. Asher froze. His fingers had already grazed the bough, and his right foot had trespassed and was now in the fur bed. He retrieved his hand and calmly turned to face her properly with his hands clasped behind him. She wore an amused expression that only made him feel awkward internally, but he refused to let it show. Lord Asher, I have gathered the tribe's forces. That was faster than I expected. Eritrea chuckled softly. That bow belongs to my father. Do you want to? She knew Asher wanted to examine the bow, and it was funny when he retrieved his hand while trying to hide his shock and play calm. Knowing he wasn't some ice-cold lord made her feel close to him. Even after she spoke, Asher only glanced at the bow, so Eritrea had to walk past him, take the bow, and give it to him. Here. Asher glanced at her and veered back to the bow. The bow had no string, and while the grip was made of wood, the upper and lower limbs were made from the bone scythes of a white fairy. Just looking at the holes that were burrowed into the sturdy bones, Asher felt impressed. White fairy were beasts that appeared during winter, and they were at least bronze ranked. They usually came in large numbers and were nocturnal beasts that attacked during the late hours of the night. It's a good bow. Eritrea smiled and stretched her hand to show him the name etched on the grip. That's my mother's name. My mother isn't from this tribe, and according to my father, she had once met a true elf, and he trained her to be an elite elven archer. After the tribe acknowledged her skills, my dad had the men gather these bone scythes and create a unique bow just as the elf had shown her, but most of the bows were kept since no sharpshooter proved to be powerful enough to draw it continuously except my mother. Asher noticed she was too close to him, and he took a silent step back. Looking at the design, the bow is made for both long-range and close-range battles. It's a noteworthy concept. Asher turned to the exit. It's time I see those waiting for me. Outside the tent, Asher found a large, disorganized crowd. He was shocked to see the number of armed warriors before him. How many are here? He asked Eritrea. 800. 1,600 axemen and 200 sharpshooters. Are all the capable people in your tribe recruited into your forces? Eritrea nodded. I had to make sure we're ready to face the Raging Bear tribe, but most of them just entered the Iron rank, and the Raging Bear tribe has countless warriors that have gone through wars. Asher furrowed his eyebrows. To him, most of them were simply cannon folders, but this battle would bring out the gems, and those gems are the ones who would be upgradable. He would filter the extras from that and add those with at least D-grade talents to his army, thereby building an army of elite soldiers. D-grade soldiers had a solid guarantee that they could ascend to the gold rank, but those of lower talents could only settle for less. He turned to his left and saw women armed with bows lined up more neatly than the men, who had most of the number. They were disciplined and experienced, and this was Asher's judgment from the aura he perceived from them. Cumulatively, the barbarians' clothing had almost nothing to do with protection, and Asher knew he couldn't do much about that. From the little he studied, he knew the system had a structure for his forces, and even the growth of the commander-grade soldiers was different from the ordinary grade soldiers. The Great Rider has returned. A loud voice reverberated, and everyone fell on their knees. Some even began to cry as they saw Sirius walk out of the tent's back. Eritrea pursed her lips as Asher shot her a glance. Warriors of the White Wolf tribe, I am Asher Ashbourne, son of the Snow Swordsman and grandson of the Winter Shorer. I have no idea if I might be this great rider you speak of, but I'm certain that I would help defend you from those cannibals. Who? 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 Their voices shook the earth. Asher watched the excited army without much expression on his face. At that moment, Alec rode into the gathering on horseback. Thud. He dismounted and bowed. My lord, we've surveyed the terrain. Asher nodded. What is your suggestion for this upcoming battle? Asher called for him to come closer, and Alec came closer. He came to Asher's right and whispered into his ear. Asher nodded softly. Our first step to defeating those inhumane beings is by first reinforcing our defense. We must protect our old and young from the reach of those cannibals, and only by helping this man here can we do it. After some more words, Asher convinced them to help Alec make the wall solid. Asher spent time monitoring the construction during the day and at night. He got minimum sleep as his men and the barbarians were always at each other's throat for the smallest things. He had to be the mediator. Over the course of a few days, Eritrea had woken him up over a dozen times to settle issues. At the end, a good wall that had an allure was built, and it brought both parties closer. Asher sat on a stone and received reports from Alec and Eritrea while sharpening his sword dutifully. The two moons hung high above the clouds, spreading their light to the entire town, while beyond seemed like a forest of darkness. My lord, do you have to sharpen your sword by yourself? Eritrea complained. I do. Ashbournes are not like other nobles. By tradition, we do the work, especially when it comes to being a warrior. Asher responded solemnly. Tapk. Tapk. An Ashbourne soldier ran toward them, holding tight to a fire torch and spear. The sword on his waist angled. My lord, they're here. After a night of waiting, the barbarian forces found in the forests refused to attack, causing the soldiers to grow weary. By the time they started sleeping, It was already very late, and Alec couldn't do anything about it. He was also a bit tired. He looked at a watchtower and saw Eritrea tenaciously watching the forests for any movement. Puffing out, he leaned against the wall and peered at the forest. It was now the early hours of the morning, and their sight was impaired by dew. Suddenly, Eritrea picked up the horn hung by the wall of the watchtower and blew it. As the sound drilled into the ears of those that slept, jolting them awake, she yelled, "They're here!" Which? Alec heard an angry voice come from behind the covering of the dew, and in the next moment, hundreds of barbarians wielding axes and shields stormed out of the dew, rushing toward the wall. Alec looked at his right and left, and when he saw the 50 Ashbourne riders on their mounts and ready to ride into battle, he grew calmer. He picked up his spear, smacked a barbarian sleeping by his side, and then picked up his shield. So they didn't attack because they wanted to build ladders. Alec ground his teeth in simmering anger. "Throw those ladders down!" he yelled. The barbarians began to scramble toward nearby ladders to push them away. Alec took large strides toward a ladder, lifted his feet high, and brought it down with a great force that slammed the ladder off the wall. 4 men climbing it fell along with it. While the warriors were trying to stop the raging bear forces from breaching the walls, the sharpshooters reaped lives. Eritrea quickly became a nightmare to them, as her arrows never missed a target. In a matter of minutes, 12 had been struck down by her arrows, and 4 narrowly survived but were injured. After a while, the raging bear barbarians, who had stained themselves with the blood of animals, finally breached the walls, ensuing a battle on the allure. Alec faced 2 barbarians with a solemn expression. The reason for his solemn expression wasn't these bronze-ranked axemen before him but that the raging bear axemen were overpowering their forces. His men had to ascend the walls to help. As he thought, the first barbarian dashed toward him, cleaving upward. Alec casually deflected the heavy swing with his shield, pierced his spear through the man, and flung him toward the other, causing them to fall off the wall. He grunted. The sound of his foot hitting the wooden floorboards as he dashed toward the barbarians that had cut down 2 wolf barbarians fell into their ears. They turned toward him, but it was already too late. Alec's spear swooshed out like a dragon, slithering through the skies. In an instant, it had pierced their bodies several times, and Alec continued running toward others, leaving the dying men in shock of their own demise. Upon seeing Alec's outstanding feats, Eritrea left the tower and began to shoot 3 arrows at once. Her aim dropped just a bit, but her kill count rose exponentially. Still, they were against an army of 1,000 iron-ranked axemen, 200 bronze-ranked axemen, and 10 silver-ranked heavy axemen, among whom 2 were the most prominent. They were Madman and Iron Tooth, the chief's sons. After slamming a man off the wall, Alec looked at the crowd still heading toward the wall and exhaled heavily. His men were the pillars that kept the barbarians back a little, but soon all hell would be let loose, and this was due to the sight of a foreign war machine that gave Alec a bad premonition. He watched some barbarians put a huge stone in the spoon-like part and lit the stone on fire, then Iron Tooth slashed a rope, and the boulder was let loose to Alec's shock. He did not believe that a stone that big could ever fly that high. It fell and destroyed several tents. Asher, who sat by his wolf, got to his feet at the sight of the destruction. Before he could make sense of what was happening, another boulder crashed into a tent, and it began to burn. He knew no one inside that tent would survive. How did a barbarian tribe in the depths of the mountains build a catapult? Upon seeing the destruction, the wolf axemen fought with increasing rage, but more boulders kept falling. All of a sudden, Iron Tooth pointed at Eritrea, and a boulder flew toward her. Even if it couldn't hit her, part of the wall would be destroyed, and she would be caught in the disaster. Boom! Dust rose. Smoke covered the vicinity, and sounds of people coughing could be heard. Go! Iron Tooth pointed at the destroyed part of the wall, and Madman led the troop toward it. While Madman led almost 1,000 remaining men toward the walls, Iron Tooth ordered for the catapult to be set to launch another stone. Suddenly, as the catapult had been set, a spear came from nowhere and struck a crucial part of the machine, causing the spoon-like part to be put under pressure. It broke instantly, and the stone broke the lower part. Iron Tooth almost went mad at the sight of this. This machine was plundered by his grandfather from an old ruin beyond the mountains. It was the machine that made them a terror to all the mountain tribes, but this machine, which his tribe almost worshipped as a god, had been destroyed. The destruction didn't affect Madman and his bloodthirsty troops, whose eyes were on the prize of taking their spoils, which were women and any valuable thing in the tribe. To their shock, one man emerged from the smoke holding a long spear and a heavy shield. Madman smirked at the sight of this. However, a huge creature suddenly came from the man's back, and a man sat atop this great beast. Behind him was a force of 50 horse riders. Is that the great white wolf and the legendary rider? Madman's eyes trembled as it met with Sirius' cold blue ones. Shing! Asher brandished a spear as Sirius dashed toward the enemies. His men were behind him, their spears ready to pierce through the bodies of these ruthless cannibals that had slain many of the wolf barbarians whom they had just befriended. As they closed the gap, Alec ran after them with the rest of the wolf barbarians while massaging his right wrist. Hurtling that spear across such a distance strained not just his wrist but also his shoulder, but the battle was still on. The barbarians gave him an axe, and his speed shot through the roof as he now had a weapon. Alec was like a super soldier, racing past the sturdy barbarians and even closing the gap between him and the horse riders. And this was while he carried a heavy shield and a one-handed axe. His eyes narrowed when he saw a golden glow flash through Madman's body, transforming him into refined gold. The barbarian leapt high, bringing his two-handed great axe down on Asher's head. The audacity! Reeling with anger, he flung his axe through the air, and it collided with Madman's axe, causing Madman to somersault backward and crash on the ground. Alec saw Asher glance at him. Turning his head away, Asher raised his spear and thrust it through a barbarian who tried to cut Sirius. He flung the barbarian against others, spun his spear, and skewed another target. Behind him were his men, aggressively cutting down the barbarians, and those they left behind were attacked by their allies, the wolf barbarians. By the time Madman got to his feet, a great wolf was running toward him, and it clawed through his metal skin, ripping him apart. Madman's metal skin talent was no match for Sirius' sharp claws. In just one strike, a powerful silver-ranked axeman was slain. Asher jumped down from Sirius' back and hurled his spear into a barbarian. He drew out his gold-ranked sword and brandished it. Clutching the hilt tightly, he dashed into battle, cutting down barbarians without mercy. Those who saw their fellow humans as meat weren't humans in his eyes, they were cruel beasts. Suddenly a silver-ranked barbarian threw an axe toward him as he engaged a huge barbarian. Asher sensed the attack and leaned to his right. He rolled backward, avoiding a blow from the huge barbarian, and flipped to his feet almost immediately. Swoosh! The silver-ranked barbarian leapt into the air. As he landed, the earth beneath his feet and around him imploded. He dashed toward Asher with a great shout and launched several strikes, but Asher neatly evaded them while watching out for the huge barbarian. "I will chew your bones!" The silver-ranked barbarian roared as he once again struck the ground, causing another explosion that made Asher cover his eyes to avoid dust entering his eyes. Asher rolled to the side, evading a strike from the huge barbarian, and he intercepted the silver-ranked one, then pushed him back and kicked his chest. Asher's training made him more agile, stronger, more disciplined, and more aware than other warriors of his rank. Training in the night and sometimes with blindfolds had made his ears a powerful weapon, which was why even when the huge barbarian was out of his sight range, he could still monitor him. All of a sudden, an arrow struck the silver-ranked barbarian's forehead, killing him instantly. The moment he died, Asher rushed toward the huge one, but before he could swing his sword, the head of the huge barbarian flew into the air. "Apologies, Lord, but this one was mine," Alex said while looking at the corpse. Asher chuckled and turned. He saw Eritrea about 100 meters away. She waved at him and focused on helping others along with her sharpshooting sisters. Asher continued his battle along with Alec, not far from him. They could hear the sound of horses while combating their enemies. "Die, you mad barbarians!" Those on his side began to shout as they saw they were on the winning side. After slaying a barbarian, Asher ducked as an axe flew over his head. He sprung up and slapped the barbarian with the back of his hand, and before the barbarian could recover, an arrow struck his chest, right at his heart. It was Eritrea. She ran alongside him with a soft smile. "I guess you were what we needed to win." Just as those words left her lips, a loud sound echoed. Bam! Asher flew almost 2 meters into the air, blood spurting out of his mouth and trailing him to his fall. The dramatic turn of events shocked Eritrea to her bones. The empty spot before them distorted, and Iron Tooth appeared with bloodstains on his axe. "I've been waiting for you," he said to Asher's still body, and then turned to Eritrea. He proceeded to lick his black lips. "And you?" Eritrea averted her gaze from Iron Tooth to where her lord lay, disbelief lurking in her eyes. "Our broken bar, Asher, a broken bar." Iron Tooth pointed at Eritrea. "Restrain her. Now that my brother can't claim her anymore, she will be my slave." He spoke to the 52-handed bronze-ranked taxmen who were directly under his command. These were people Eritrea thought she would face alongside her lord, but unknown to her, Iron Tooth had another talent more than the one that gave him an iron tooth. It was invisibility. As she was about to engage them, Asher suddenly raised his hand and cleaned off the blood on his lips and chin. Eritrea turned and saw him looking at the palm of his hand stained with his own blood. "You're still no a broken bar." Iron Tooth froze as Asher slowly got to his feet. His actions were slow but terrifyingly calm and coordinated, so much that it made goosebumps pop all over Iron Tooth's body. However, his body hairs stood on their ends when Asher lifted up his head, revealing his glowing, pure white eyes. He began walking toward them. Walking changed to jogging, and the moment he grabbed his sword, he burst into full speed. "Leave her, kill him!" Iron Tooth roared. Asher saw dozens of bronze-ranked warriors filling the space between him and Iron Tooth. Upon closing the gap, he lowered his body. A red light burst out of him, and he shot into the air, landing in their midst. Before those around him could swing their swords, Asher had sliced them and gone for the next target. He was exceptionally fast. Before Iron Tooth could create enough distance, Asher was standing in the center of his men, all of whom were slain. His eyes trembled. Once again, Asher burst into a hot chase, his eyes fixed on Iron Tooth. Even after slaying 15, his speed is still at its peak. Iron Tooth took 2 one-handed axes and dashed toward Asher. He was tired of running from a little lad with a chin as smooth as a newborn's bottom. With a great leap, Asher's knee slammed Iron Tooth's jaws, launching him into the air. Still mid-air, Asher swung his sword with all his might and landed with a soft thud. He stood on his 2 feet while Iron Tooth fell, his eyes still wide open in shock. Still, there was not a flicker in his ice-cold expression. Boom! Sand and grass flew into the air, followed by a collision with the rest of Iron Tooth's men. The moment he met the first man, Asher swung his sword, and it cut the man's axe into 2. The second came from behind, but Asher spun round, cutting both him and the man whose weapon was destroyed. Not even a second later, he kicked the damaged axe toward another warrior. It struck the warrior's chest, and before he fell, he saw Asher's white, chilly eyes in close range. Thud. He fell. By the time Asher lowered his sword, 49 bronze-ranked taxmen were slain. Only one remained, and he kneeled before Asher with his axe thrown away. "I surrender." The man wept, praying that Asher wouldn't strike him down. "Lord, he's unarmed." Asher heard Alec's voice from behind. "I know." Asher turned his head, and Alex saw those pure white eyes, glowing ever so softly, and the hairs on his neck stood up. Asher blinked, and his eyes reverted to normal. "Tie all those that surrendered. They'll work in the mines." Alec nodded. Asher walked past him. He noticed everyone, including his own men, was looking at him with fearful gazes. Only Sirius was concerned. He could feel it through their bond. "I'm okay." He rubbed Sirius' fur as he went straight to the chief tent. When he was far from the eyes of his men, he muttered under his lips, "I felt like Zenas." A gleam crossed his eyes. He didn't understand what happened, but in that state, he felt he could kill 100 silver ranked and come out unhurt, but exhaustion and depleted stamina would be his death. He was still a silver ranked warrior and not a knight whose capacity had been boosted substantially. For a knight, 100 silver ranked warriors were no threat. But that was only true when the knight was properly armed. Alex had the power to bring down all of Ashbourne's forces, including his brother, not just because he is a gold-ranked knight but because he wore a set of gold-ranked armor. Sometime later, Eritrea and Alex stood inside the tent, staring at their lord, who sat on the chief's wooden chair. They still couldn't put away what they saw on the battlefield. "My lord." They had kneeled and bowed their heads. "Rise. Both of you have reached the requirement for me to upgrade you. But I didn't see the chief you mentioned, Eritrea. So Broken Bar, where is he?" While Eritrea was bewildered by what he meant by upgrading them, she cleared her throat and replied, "He sent his sons, so he should be in his tribe. They've sent many, almost all of his forces. We'll head there once the sun goes down." Asher interrupted her with a firm response. Eritrea smirked. "As you wish. Trigger Broken Bar." Ding. Criteria for upgrade met. Your forces and your commanders are available for the next upgrade. Would the host like to upgrade his silver-ranked shieldman captain, Alec, to a gold-ranked sentinel? Yes or no? Would the host like to upgrade his silver-ranked sharpshooter captain, Eritrea Wolf, to a gold-ranked marksman? Yes or no? Upgrade them. Swoosh. Light shone inside the tent, and outside the tent, the soldiers gathered were also bathed in blinding white light, basking the tribe in a luminous glow. When the light vanished, Alec and Eritrea appeared before Asher's eyes. Alec grew up to 8 feet tall, and his frame grew so large that the tent became small for him. He was clad in body-fitting chainmail armor with metal plates at vital spots. His shield alone was as tall as Asher and as big as a door. His shield was made entirely from metal. The amount of metal on Alec's body was enough to equip 4 men, and the weight was terrifying. He also had a round helmet similar to Alex's. The eye holes were very small, but he didn't seem to be uncomfortable. A tall metal spear was in his hand. The tip of the spear grazed the roof of the tent. And a short sword was strapped to his belt. His cape billowed gently. "My lord." His voice was like a thunderclap, causing Asher's eardrums to quake. Asher turned his left. When he saw the beautiful marksman clad in a silver long-sleeved gown that went just below her knees, he was taken back. Above the dress made solely for a warrior was a silver laminate chest plate with no metal protection for the back. Her boots and her knee guard were made from pure steel, and by her hip was a quiver filled with arrows. In her right hand was the white furry bow. In addition to her new armor, Eritrea's looks and shape were also upgraded, just like Alec and Alex. She became more beautiful and endowed. To Asher, it felt like his system not only increased their strength but also brought them closer and closer to the peak of their designed look. Unlike Alec, she had no helmet. After absorbing the information and feeling the changes in her body, Eritrea's eyes twinkled, and she went on one knee, her head respectfully lowered. "I willingly and wholeheartedly accept to be your servant on this day." Asher smiled a bit. "Nay." The sounds of horses neighing made Asher and his upgraded commanders rush out of the tent, and Asher held his breath. He had forgotten that the entire army was included in the upgrade. His 50 horse riders had all upgraded to become 50 silver-ranked heavy cavalrymen. They were clad in mail armor, lances, swords, and a different kind of helmet that had a crest, from which red plume fell down to their waists. Their dark gray armor and fluttering red capes gave them a frightening appearance. Not only the warriors but their horses became muscular and bigger. They were also clad in mail armor and had horseshoes. These 50 were like 500 because of their imposing appearance and daunting aura. Bladebreaker Cavalry, a special heavy cavalry troop, trained to be nightmares to infantries, light and heavy alike. They are the Bladebreakers and the terror of all land forces. Asher turned to the middle and saw 300 axemen clad in imposing leather armor with round shields and silver axes neatly arranged on their backs. They had all upgraded to become bronze-ranked axemen and a powerful infantry. After them were another special troop. All 200 of them were women dressed like Eritrea and holding white fairy bows. They were as beautiful as they were imposing. Unlike Eritrea, these ones have hoods that hide their faces, and their lines were as neat as the Bladebreaker Cavalry. Bone Strike Rangers, a special troop of sharpshooters with unique bows that can hit a target 350 meters away with accuracy. Although they specialize in long-range combat, they can adapt to close-range combat due to the dual use of their weapon and training style. Asher had admiration for the system as he gazed at this special troop. None of them removed their hood or gasped at their new looks because the system had given them enough experience for them to feel like they'd been like this for decades. Instantaneously, Asher had a troop of 550 elites. Your father's efforts weren't in vain. Asher turned and said to Eritrea, whose eyes had puffed up. The young woman just saw her mother's dream come true and even beyond what her mother would expect, and she, her mother's only child, was their leader. Tring a broken bar, Eritrea's loyalty has risen to 100. Asher smiled inwardly. Tonight, we end the reign of those cannibals. Who? Several men stood and sat around a large bonfire in the middle of a small tribe. The Raging Bear tribe was not massive. They had a total population of 6,000 with an army of almost all the capable males. Almost all of their warriors had gone to war to gather the females of the Wolf tribe. Their chief had once battled the chief of the Wolf tribe for an elf lady but failed. When the Wolf tribe became weak, they prevailed, and now he had eyes on his nemesis daughter. Perhaps the child of a woman with elven blood could be a mage. This was Lugad's dream. With a mage, he would subdue all the tribes in the mountains and become king. Right now, he sat in the head seat with powerful guards around him. I've grown tired of drinking from the skull of that girl's father. Where is she? Lugad suddenly yelled, interrupting the festival. The dancers stopped, and silence reigned. Whispers fell into Lugad's ears, causing his eyes to turn red. Shut up. I want 50 men to go to that tribe and see what is going on. His eyes danced about, scanning the dancing women where the surviving captives of the tribes they destroyed were. Most of the women were dead after being put under hard labor and ruthless beating. The Raging Bear tribe was a warrior tribe that did not believe in marriages. To them, women were slaves to satisfy their every need, which was why once they'd exhausted the ones they captured, they would go hunting for another. Only the male children grew well. Suddenly, the sands began to jump, and not long after that, they felt the earth beneath their feet tremble. What's going on? As the trembling grew louder, Lugad felt something was wrong. Fetch your weapons. He yelled and dashed toward his tent. The women scrambled. Now they were not in chains, they fled for their lives. When Lugad emerged with the formidable mace, he saw an imposing army of metal men on horseback with a huge white wolf, which had a rider. The sight wasn't what he expected. Who are these ones that have come to interrupt my great clan? He bellowed. Due to a record of continuous victories, Lugad had lost the sense of apprehension and fear. Kill these intruders. His men roared and rushed toward the cavalrymen, and then the biggest horror in Lugad's life displayed before his eyes. His elite men were torn apart with a mere swing from Sirius. In mere minutes, Sirius killed 50 axemen and left the rest to be slaughtered by the Bladebreaker cavalry. The sound of their powerful horses neighing and their lances piercing through men fell into Asher's ears as he led his wolf toward Lugad. Before Lugad would display an unpredictable talent, Asher gave Sirius an order. His wolf slammed the ground, and ice encased Lugad, sealing him in an ice that would take decades to melt. Boom! The ice shattered. Boom! The ice exploded outward, hurtling ice shards everywhere. Asher's eyes narrowed as he watched the steaming man walk out with a ferocious glint in his eyes. "Boy, I'll roast both you and your beast," he roared. Asher saw him inhale, causing his chest to inflate, and all of a sudden, a fiery light shone from the middle of his chest to his inflated cheeks. In the next moment, a torrent of flames poured out of the man's mouth. His mouth was like a flamethrower, and the flames seemed to increase as it got closer to him. Sirius intercepted the flames with its ice mist breath. Both elements collided, causing an explosion and a thick cloud of mist that hampered Lugad's vision. When he almost came to the conclusion that Asher was dead, he saw a shadow emerging from the thick white fog with a weapon resembling a sword in his right hand. Lugad brandished his mace and watched as the man ran toward him with an excited smirk. He could visualize himself smashing Asher to pieces. When the gap between them closed, Asher went on his knees and slid under his horizontal strike. Grunting, Lugad turned, and at that moment, a wolf emerged from the fog and bit down. Its massive teeth and claws tore Lugad apart. Without gold-ranked armor, he was defenseless against Sirius weapons, which were his teeth and claws. "Good boy." Asher got to his feet. He hung his sword on his shoulder and watched his men cut down the cannibalistic barbarians. He noticed a Blade Breaker soldier was giving others to others, making them work as a strong unit. This made Asher squint. Name, Lambert. Age, 41. Rank, Silver. Talent, Physique Enhancement, B. Job, Blade Breaker soldier. Loyalty, 100. Talent description: Physique enhancement is an active skill that increases the individual's overall capability by 2-folds in a duration of 10 minutes. A B-grade talent has been with me all this while. He gasped. A B-grade talent, though not as noteworthy as an A-grade talent, was still crucial to the growth of his elite army. B-grade talent could grow to become a commander of 1,000 strong men of war, while an A-grade talent would eventually lead 10,000 strong if his army ever grew to that size. All these were still far away from him, but Asher was excited to find Lambert, a hidden talent. He quickly checked the panels of others, but none of them even had a C-grade talent. After some time, Lambert rode toward him with 2 other Blade Breakers, and they dismounted and kneeled. "Lord Asher, we've conquered the tribe and have taken no male prisoners. Arise. What is the total number of women and children?" Lambert stood up when Asher gestured for him to rise. "There are 200 women and 130 children, most of them are below 10. "Just that? We discovered they sacrifice most of their children for feasts. Their bones are piled up in the valley down there." Lambert pointed behind him. In the depths of his tone lurked rage and scorching fury toward the Raging Bear tribe. "Keep some men to lead them back. The rest of us will return to the Wolf tribe." "Understood, my lord." After that, Asher and 20 Blade Breakers rode back to the Wolf tribe, where Asher ordered Sirius to stop anyone from entering his tent and went to sleep. He was exhausted after a day of riding and fighting, yet there were matters that needed his attention, but he wasn't in the right state to deal with them. He had to fight, mediate, order, listen, advice. His work was seemingly endless, and his territory was still in the infant stage. Before he slept, a face came into his mind. It was Kelvin's face. "I just hope he's able to handle all the cases in the fortress." The next morning, Asher faced Alec and Eritrea, who were both looking refreshed after the upgrade, but he had bags under his eyes. He did not have the privilege of an upgrade that would wash away exhaustion. "My lord, the total report of the battle is out." Eritrea paused and looked at his face, waiting for his go-ahead signal. "Go on." "We took 300 captives who surrendered, and we recorded our losses to be 500, reducing our forces from 1,800 to 1,300. "I see. How much did I upgrade then?" 500, my lord. Remove the rest from the army. Those that are not eligible should be taken to the working sector." Asher turned to Alec. "Inform Kelvin to handle them." Alec nodded. "Is there anything else?" Alec cleared his throat. There's nothing else. Then you can leave. They turned and left. On their way through the tents, Eritrea turned her head to Alec. Lord Asher should be in his 20s, but he had no wife or concubine. He had a bad past with a woman. Apparently they called off a betrothal after he was deemed useless. Eritrea's eyes twinkled. That was a good thing, in my opinion. They would have chained our lord, killing his talent to become a great lord before it even showcased itself. Alec glanced at the female marksman and shrugged. The woman in question is an elf. Men clamor for elves. An elf? Eritrea was shocked. Elves still exist. My father said, though many thought my mother was an elf, she was just a half-elf, but with a purer heritage than me. Well, they still do, but they are rare. I heard Count Williams find her in the wilderness, living a peaceful life. You're busy talking about elves when we're all discussing Lord Asher's dreadful state. Did you see those white eyes? It was as if your soul was laid bare before him. Alec and Eritrea turned and saw a bone-strike ranger. It was Eritrea's close friend and the same woman who was eager to know more about Asher. Eritrea turned to Alec. That should be his talent. But he mysteriously increased our strength and size and made us much more powerful in an instant. Isn't that his talent? The ranger asked with an innocent blink. Perhaps Alec's words were stuck in his throat as he touched the white flake on the ranger's head and looked up. Snowflakes were falling from the skies. Winter had arrived. End of Volume 1. Please drop a review. We need 10 reviews for this story to have a rating. After journeying with a great population through the forest for 3 weeks, Asher finally got to his fortress on the first day of the 4th week. They had to cater for the population of the old and the young, which was why they took so much time returning to the fortress. In this period, the mountains were now snow-capped, and the depths of the wastelands were colder than ever. Soon, beasts would find it uncomfortable and leave their habitations to human habitations. A great battle was coming, one against deadly beasts, and it was like a heavy burden on Asher's shoulders. On their way back, Eritrea told him about his fame as the rider in the barbarian tribes, and by accepting it, he would be able to gain their trust and increase the number of his citizens. However, he was still on the sidelines. Such an idea had its disadvantages. What would happen if they found out he wasn't the great rider? It was different from Eritrea, whom he had informed severally that he wasn't the rider, but she kept insisting that he had lost the memories of his past life. Finally, after weeks, he saw the high wooden walls of his fortress and the vast corn and wheat fields, which still flourished despite the thick snow. This was the benefit of a plant that depended on mana. Asher looked at the 1,200 old and young from the wolf tribe, 800 strong men and women who weren't accepted into his army, and the 600 and something captives from the raging bear tribe and his troops. 50 blade-breaker cavalrymen, 200 bone-strike rangers, 300 bronze-rank tacksmen. The population stretched for a long distance, and they were all looking at the fortress with different thoughts in mind. When they got closer, the gates of the fortress opened, and 5 riders emerged. My lord. All of them jumped down, kneeled, and bowed their heads. At the front was Kelvin, and behind him was Alex. The others were not popular faces. Her eyes. When Alex stood up, he couldn't believe the huge man was his brother. Alex smiled and poked Alex's breastplate. I'm bigger now. His voice shook Alex's ears. Alex's lips twitched, but there was no comeback from him because Alec looked like his father with such a size and mature look. I'm pretty sure your sword is nothing compared to the weight of my shield. Do you want to lift it? Alec asked his twin brother. Kelvin, who rode beside Asher at the front, heard the brothers' banter and smiled. Your forces look imposing, my lord. Thank you for the compliment, Kelvin. Right now, I need a warm bath and some days of rest. And that is what you shall have, my lord. The irritation on Asher's face vanished. You're the best butler. I would have increased your salary if I paid you. Kelvin's lips twitched. There was awe and shock in the eyes of the people as they saw the imposing cavalry and the graceful sharpshooters. Both troops made some citizens eager to join the military, but their lord had put a rule that one must first awaken a D-grade talent. Asher did this because D-grade talents had a chance of entering the gold rank and becoming a knight. Because of this law, voiced by Kelvin some weeks ago, many were eager for their children to become 10 and undergo the natural awakening that would decide their fates. As prestigious soldiers who would die for his land or working as a farmer, miner, and in other occupations. Lord Asher, I see that the barbarian lady has transformed into a refined young woman. Kelvin took a glance at Eritrea and looked away. She's worth being nurtured, Asher said with a gentle nod. She's also capable companion. I'm not interested in that for now, Kelvin. Asher interrupted instantly. I understand. As Asher entered his room and dropped his sword on his desk, he heard the sound of the system. His eyebrows raised. Tring a broken bar, ding. You have increased your population to over 8,000, and after a battle, your military has grown by leaps and bounds. You have hit a hidden criteria for an upgrade. Win a war without losing any of your men. Reward, upgrade your Tier 1 fortress to become a Tier 1 stronghold, initiating upgrade. A broken bar, rumble. Asher fell on his butt as the ground began to shake. He looked up and saw the ceiling going higher and higher. Before his naked eyes, a chandelier with magic candles appeared in the center of the ceiling, and his room grew to about 3 times the previous size. His bed became king-sized. The quality of the wood, mattress, or whatever he slept on was more than doubled. His desk transformed from a casual one you could find in a mercenary guild to one of those that were in the manors of rich merchants and castles of high-class nobles. The body of the table glimmered due to how polished it was. Asher looked at the neat stone walls. Before, his castle was made from casual stones, but now it was made from white stones. A special stone was found in the western part of the high plains, and the stones were neatly cut. He caressed the wall and found out it was as smooth as a brick wall. As he went toward the window and opened it, his eyes widened. His room was high off the ground. His castle was now a 3-story building. Not only that, but the castle walls were also made from white stones and were thicker and sturdier. His courtyard grew wider. There was now a quarter for his castle guards and horses. He could spot 2 carriages made from top-grade wood, and the carriages were meant to carry a noble. He had seen many of these in the county when he went to Leah's party. However, all of these paled in comparison to the broadened land and more housing for his citizens. Their houses now had roof tiles instead of wood for the roof. The roads were wider and paved with cobblestone. The defenses of the stronghold's walls increased by several folds. It was now a 10-meter stone wall with thick round watchtowers and a gate strong enough to withstand the full strike of any silver-ranked entity. Knock. Knock. Lord Asher. Something has gone wrong with the fortress. Asher heard a knock and a yell from behind his door. The moment Asher opened the door, Kelvin quickly asked, "My lord, are you the cause of the changes in the fortress?" Asher smiled. "I should be." He walked out, and Kelvin followed him. While walking through the corridor, Asher marveled at how spacious it was. The white stones gave the castle a brighter shade, seemingly dissipating its dark history. He saw some rooms a good distance away from him and opened them. Each of the rooms was bigger than his room before the upgrade. "One room should belong to you, Kelvin. It's time you maintained a good distance with the maids' quarters. And the others should be for my personal guards, when I form them." Kelvin smiled. He was tired of their giggles and baseless gossip that always disturbed his sleep. He couldn't remember how many times he would barge into their area and order them to sleep, but to no avail. Asher looked at his right, at the numerous windows, and saw his courtyard. The ground was paved with cobblestones, and there were towers attached to the corners of the castle, and soldiers manned them. Some guards were following farmers who brought in the lord's quota on carts. Asher's eyes zeroed in on the different kinds of meat, pork, beef, chicken, and some magical beasts and species that filled 3 carts and were pushed by the maids to a different part of the castle. "Kelvin, since when did we have all these? After you left, I went to Hebron town to sell some of our products while hiding where they came from. I exchanged some with wealthy farmers who did not have enough money." Asher raised a brow. Hebron town was one of the hotspots for merchants in the Flamart territory. Hearing this made Asher consider the awkward name his stronghold had. Ash Stronghold. "Me. What was your price?" he asked after pushing his thoughts aside. "1 silver coin for 1 corn and 10 gold coins for a catty of moonlit star-horn milk." Asher turned to face his butler and crossed his arms, but there was a hidden excitement in his eyes. "So apart from the food, we also have money?" "We do. There are 10,000 gold coins in our treasury, and the maids are taking the food items to the undercroft." Asher chuckled softly. "Where you sold the corns, can they plant them?" "Number. We have discovered that except for our fields, no other field can support their growth, and I also boiled the corns." The fragrance was more enticing that way. Asher burst into laughter at Kelvin's cleverness. As Asher walked down the staircase with a proud smile, he recalled something. "What about the people's quota? Alex delivered them last week, and this week, I plan for Eritrea to do the same." Asher nodded. "Good," he said. When he came down, Asher went straight to the left and saw that the small maid quarters had been upgraded to become large servant quarters for both maids and servants. The arrangement of the doors was neat, and though the design was simple, it was also flawless. After the servant quarters, he visited the kitchen and armory and later left the servant floor to the highest part of the building, which was the lookout room located at the spiral roofs of the castle's watchtowers. "My lord." A bone-strike ranger saw him and bowed. "You got here so quick." "Number. I actually found myself here, and I found myself accustomed to this station." "I see." Knowing this was the doing of the system, he finally understood how Kelvin, the guards, and the maids behaved more normally than him. He had been thinking about how they easily located the undercroft and the treasury, but he now understood that the system had imprinted a blueprint of the castle into their minds. It was the same for the citizens. Although they were amazed and knew this was the doing of their lord, they still had a mystical knowledge of everywhere they needed to know so as not to get lost. Asher the Lord was the only stranger in his territory. He took the sharpshooter's position and looked at his stronghold. From this high spot, he could see his stronghold, even to the first walls. He could see barbarians with mining tools hopping on carts, which were heading for the mines. Some joined the farmers, some did animal husbandry, and a few went to learn occupations like sewing, forging, and so on. His eyes rested on the accumulating snow on rooftops, the streets, and the walls. "We're a month in. The depths should be almost inhabitable," he muttered to himself. A few hours later, 2 men stood behind Kelvin, who stood before the mighty doors that hid the sacred hall behind them. "Sir Kelvin, are you sure we can go in there? I heard the Lord's pet beast is always in there." The first man said. "Drop your fear and you'll be fine." "What about me?" the second asked, trembling badly. "The same. If you dare urinate in there, you'll surely die." The hairs on the man's neck stood up. "Maybe we should." Before he could complete his words, a heavy sound echoed as the doors were slowly opened. They saw a 7-foot-tall that knight clad in chainmail armor with an absurd sword attached to his back. "The Lord has agreed to see you both." He then gestured for them to go in. The first man peeked and was shocked to see such a massive hall, but apart from the man on the chair at the other end, he saw no giant beast as the rumors had it. "It's not inside," he said to the second man. The second man stopped trembling and exhaled heavily. "Let's go," Kelvin said with an unnoticeable scoff. Both men followed him in. The moment they crossed the door, they turned to their right because the creature there was impossible to ignore. It was a huge white wolf that laid down with its eyes closed. As if Sirius could sense them even in its sleep, its ice blue eyes opened, striking terror into both men's hearts. As Sirius stood up, both of them fell to their knees and watched the mighty beast stare at them without making any other move. They could literally hear their breath and heartbeats. Sweat poured out of their bodies, yet their bones felt so cold that they seemed to be made from solid ice. Kelvin paused in the middle of the hall. "What are you doing?" When they heard Kelvin's voice, they looked at him, and that reduced their fear a bit. However, in the next moment they remembered Sirius, and their eyes veered right back to the wolf, but Sirius was back to sleeping. It was as if he never stood up. "Are you done kneeling for my beast?" Asher's voice rang. He leaned against his right hand, staring at his fearful citizens. "Lord Asher." They came close and kneeled. "What is the matter?" "Ahem. Yeah, Broken Bar, it's about the 5,000 wild chickens your men brought from the forests." Asher looked at Kelvin. He was shocked to hear about the number of chickens but couldn't display his shock before his citizens. He recalled Kelvin making mention of it once, but that information had grown vague in his mind. "What happened to the chickens?" "Nothing happened to them, my lord. We just heard Broken Bar speak." Asher insisted with a frown. "My wife has been talking about my neighbor's cattle and the farmer's enhanced seeds. Sir Kelvin made me and my friend in charge of the chickens, but they're too ordinary. We want special chickens." Asher raised an eyebrow. Alex chuckled softly while Kelvin coughed. "That's the reason you came?" Upon hearing Asher's tone, both men trembled. "You'll be rewarded for this. Why hasn't this entered your mind, Kelvin?" Everyone was baffled by Asher's response. "Lead me there." Asher stood up. Asher stood in a massive wooden shelter looking at thousands of feral Kadaknath chickens. These chickens were found in the Ash Mountains and were jet black. They looked like warrior chickens and were much stronger than other wild chickens. Domestic chickens were weaklings to these forest survivors. Their meat was richer than that of domestic chickens, and their eggs were also richer and bigger than that of domestic eggs. Cluck! Cluck! They went about their business, eating and walking about. Many of them paid attention to Alex because of his armor. The rest of them, Asher, Kelvin, and the poultryman, seemed inconsequential in their eyes. What a bunch of proud little birds. A hen glared at Alex, causing him to point at it. "Did that hen understand what I just said?" "Stop fantasizing," Kelvin retorted with a serious face. "My lord, these are their eggs." When Asher saw the thousands of eggs, he casually picked one, and a thought popped into his head. Instantly a broken bar, ding. Would the host like to fuse 1,000 eggs, thereby producing an upgraded version? Yes or no? Yes. Swoosh. Before everyone's eyes, 1,000 eggs vanished and became one egg that was 2 times bigger than normal and shimmered like a reflective glass. Hexacad Queen Egg. Consuming this egg would increase the strength of an individual by 500 catties and also increase lifespan by a few years while strengthening the bones. Effects reduce with continuous intake. Asher gulped. 500 catties was beyond his wildest imaginations. This meant this egg before him could instantly give him 300 kilograms worth of strength, and he would have eaten a lot before it lost its effects. This was a fast way to increase both his strength and that of his army before the beast died. While examining the egg, he noticed it had a layer of glass-like protection over it. The glass-like layer had hexagons, which had tints of deep gold. It made the egg look regal. Asher instantly cracked it and poured the slightly viscous content into his mouth, including the golden yolk. Almost instantly, a change occurred inside of him. A strange heat burst out from his stomach and spread to the rest of his body. Feeling the internal changes, Asher clenched his fists, and during the process, his knuckles made loud popping sounds. A broad smile graced his face. Good. Really good. Seeing him so excited, Alex and Kelvin felt like tasting that egg. Without delay, Asher returned to the chickens. Sensing host's intentions to fuse all the chickens to produce 5 diamond-ranked chickens? Yes or no? Diamond-ranked. Yes. Swoosh. When the light died down, 5 1.2-meter-tall Kadaknath chickens appeared. They had golden combs, golden wattles, golden eyes, and golden chest feathers, but the rest of their bodies were jet black. Hexacad Hen Queen, a territorial diamond-ranked wild beast that can lay 100 eggs weekly. Its eggs and the meat are a delicacy and are good for the body. As if knowing what he desired, the Hexacad chickens separated and laid a heap of 100 eggs each. The poultrymen were stunned and salivating when they saw the beautiful work of art these mighty chickens just laid. Make sure you separate them. Kelvin will handle the distribution and sales of the eggs. But that will be later. For now, my men just fought a war. Make sure they're rewarded and also send some to my castle. Yes, my lord. The poultrymen were excited. What would their wives say when they saw these mighty hens? After Asher left, Kelvin shipped 90 eggs to the castle, left 10 for the poultrymen, and took 400 straight to the military camp. There he called for the assembly of the leaders, and surprisingly, Alex was there. "Aren't you supposed to be guarding Lord Asher?" Alex asked him with a plain expression. "He is serious." Alex replied with a straight face. "He just wants the present Sir Kelvin gathered us for." Lambert scowled, causing Alex to rush him, but Lambert skillfully evaded. Eritrea crossed her arms, and her focus was on the basket covered by a cloth. She lifted her gaze to Kelvin. "When are you opening it? Why is she so serious?" Alex asked Lambert in a soft tone. "She lost to Big Brother Alec in a duel." Alex lifted his head and saw Eritrea staring at them with an unreadable expression. "Lord Asher has ordered me to share these eggs accordingly, and the rest belongs to the lower-ranked soldiers." Kelvin removed the cloth, revealing the dazzling eggs before their eyes. "Are these magic stones?" Eritrea asked as she got closer to the basket. "Magic stones are just stones infused with mana. They're basically useless, but this is the egg of a diamond-ranked beast, the Hexacad hen queen." Gasp. All the commanders sucked in cold air. Their actions weren't because of the name of the beast. None of them had ever met or read about a Hexacad chicken before, but the rank sent chills down their spines. A diamond-ranked chicken would no doubt be a delicacy. Lord Asher did this? Eritrea's breath hitched as she held one egg. It felt cold. "Yes. This is Lord Asher's doing. He also assigned me to distribute to the four of you." So broken by after Kelvin distributed, Lambert's expression became ugly. He held 5 eggs, but Alex and Alec held 10 eggs each. Eritrea also had 10, and Kelvin left 10 in the basket, stating it was for him. Lambert knew Alec and Alex were his superiors, but he refused to accept Eritrea having 10 eggs. "Why does Eritrea have 10 eggs and I have 5? Kelvin looked at him. "Did I say I'm done distributing the eggs?" It was then Lambert looked at the basket properly and discovered there was still an extra 5 added to the 10, which was Kelvin's. "How did I not see that earlier?" Alex snorted and left, causing Lambert to scratch the back of his head. Sometime later, Kelvin distributed 300 eggs to the military and gave the rest to more important citizens, like Lois the tailor and Dan, the blacksmith. When he returned to the castle, he found Asher in his study, writing with an ink pen. "Kelvin, you're done with the distribution?" "I am, my lord." "Good." Asher rolled up the letter, picked up the ashbourne seal, and pressed it into hot candle wax before sealing the letter. "I heard there's now a village called Silverleaf." "Yes, there is, my lord. Silverleaf was created by the miners in order to ease the stress of always returning to the stronghold after a day of hard work." "Who is the head of the miners?" "Arkansas. He's a 54-year-old man with a family of 5. He's also an experienced miner who has survived a collapse 3 times. Asher raised an eyebrow. "I guess he has a lucky charm." "Very well, this letter will inform him of my arrival, so hand it over to the information department to send a messenger falcon." "I will." Kelvin took the letter with a soft bow. "Oh, before I forget, I'm renaming this stronghold. From now on, it won't be known as Ash Stronghold but Nineveh." "The Stronghold of Nineveh sounds great, my lord." Asher chuckled. "Have it pasted on the newsboards all over the stronghold." "It will be done, my lord." "My lord, when are you leaving for the Silverleaf village?" "In a day or 2. After the discussion, Asher and Kelvin went their separate ways. Asher had a sumptuous lunch with lots of eggs, and his strength increased by 2,000 catties. After the meal, he left for his room and found Mary cleaning up. She had cleaned the room after he woke up but was here again to clean even when no one had touched a thing since her last clean-up. Mary. Hearing her name, she turned and bowed immediately. Asher sat down on his bed and kept looking at her in a way that made her shiver. She subconsciously took a step back, causing Asher to tilt his head. "I never knew your mind would become so dirty at such a young age," he chortled. Mary's cheeks flushed. Asher removed his boots and pointed at the Ashbourne records on his desk. "Get me that book and a cup of warm milk." Mary gave him the book, left to get the milk, and returned after a short while. Asher averted his eyes from his book, took a sip and examined his personal maid. He had seen other maids, and Mary looked like a malnourished child compared to those her age. He wasn't kidding when he used the word child. Mary didn't even look like someone who is a year older than him. He remembered her to be a proactive individual who stood up for him even against other nobles. She was daring and was quite a knowledgeable little girl back then. Mary was brought by his father from beyond the Ash Mountains. His father told him she was an abandoned child who was badly wounded. Until date, no one has come in search of her. After thinking for a long while, Asher discovered what made her so audacious and willing to give her ideas back then. It was his trust. After he woke up, he had never acted like someone who knew her, and that must have made her shrink away. "No wonder you had that look when you saw me hiding." Asher laughed bitterly. "What did you eat this morning?" Mary's lips trembled. "Have you eaten?" His voice grew colder. "Yeah, broken bar." She nodded like a chicken, but a part of her wasn't happy and roared out in anger. "Goo-goo." Her stomach rattled. Asher stood up. His frame easily towered over hers. "What about your lunch? Don't lie to me." Asher held her hand and dragged her straight to the kitchen and met the cook, who was in his 30s. Upon seeing Asher, the cooks and other maids present bowed. "Why haven't you fed her?" The cook's eyes widened. Other maids looked at themselves. They could not believe Mary dared to report to the Lord. Such audacity made them furious, but they decided to hide it. Kelvin was too busy handling matters even during Peter's reign that the cook was left in charge, and during that period, Mary became the object of bullying. She was to do whatever they wanted to be fed. Seeing their faces, Asher realized the reason Mary fell back when he just possessed this body wasn't just because she stumbled. The weak young lady was starving. Naturally, she would have little strength and stamina. Men. When the maids and the cook heard that, they began to plead for mercy, but Asher's expression remained cold. He didn't employ them, so their actions weren't surprising considering the man they served before him. Send them to Sirius. He should be hungry. Even his men and Mary trembled at Asher's cold verdict. Ding. The host has completed a hidden quest, rescue Mary Ashbourne from oppression in the castle. Asher's eyes shook. Broken bar what? Swoosh. A bright light engulfed Mary for a few seconds, and when it vanished, a tall, beautiful, pale-skinned woman with long gray hair that reached her back appeared. She wore a long-sleeved black gown and boots. Looking at the gray-haired woman who had similar golden eyes, both of which were prominent traits of an Ashbourne, Asher faltered. Broken bar. Mary took a deep breath and tried closing the gap to explain what the system made her know. But Asher was still reeling in shock that he pointed at her. Stop. Mary was no doubt a bastard child of his father, but the man lied to his son and even made his stepsister his personal maid, all because she wasn't a true Ashbourne. True Ashbournes had grey hair and golden eyes. While Mary had a bright, vigorous golden pair of enchanting eyes, Asher had dull, cold, and unreadable ones that somehow suited his pale skin, making him seem like a man with a dark past. "My lord, I can lord?" He spat and stormed off. Mary quickly followed after him, pangs of fear slamming the walls of her heart. A part of her wanted Asher to welcome her, but the other part knew that was just a fairy tale. Asher was never close to any of his siblings, and to make it worse for her, this reveal destroyed his childhood knowledge. All he knew was ripped apart in a mere second. Write to Kelvin. I want to see him immediately. At the end, Asher struggled to hold back his anger, but the man he spoke to could feel it. Boom. The doors to the sacred hall were pushed open by Asher alone, and he walked into the hall. Sirius felt his emotions and growled at Mary, forcing her to halt at the door. It walked toward her with increasing growls, causing Mary to take steps backward. Asher, I didn't know. The moment she yelled that, Asher paused. Leave her. He ordered Sirius through their mind link. Sirius turned away from Mary, allowing her to enter the hall. She went on one knee and bowed. Kelvin knew nothing about this. When there was no response, she raised her head and saw Asher staring at her with hollow eyes. After a short while, Kelvin entered the hall with Alex, and upon seeing the gray-haired woman on one knee, their eyes went wide. Kelvin, do you know who she is? Mary. Kelvin's instant response made Asher chuckle softly. He knew Kelvin couldn't betray him or do anything to harm him because his loyalty was at its peak, but he still felt angry that he had been sending his sister and having her cook for him while she starved. His anger stemmed from the pain he felt. My lord, back then your father just returned from an expedition that took him 4 years. It was the reason why he wasn't present when you were born, and when he arrived, I saw a 3-year-old girl in his arms. Although she didn't have the Ashbourne traits, I suspected she was his daughter, but after making her your personal maid and years passed, I decided to let it go. Asher stood up. From today our broken bar. Kelvin looked from the corner of his eyes and saw Asher's guards already had their hands on their sword hilts, including Alex. You cease to be my butler and shall become my grand advisor. The tension in the air just vanished in a way that baffled everyone. However, there was turmoil inside Kelvin. Mary Ashbourne, I will grant you I don't want anything. I just want to keep taking care of you. Asher cocked a brow. That's not the place of an Ashbourne. You'll ride with me to Silverleaf Village tomorrow. He stood up, patted her shoulder with a small smile, and left without another word. Kelvin exhaled as he watched Alex follow Asher. We need to talk. Later that day, Asher found himself on his bed looking at the chandelier. I can't believe the man I call my father goes about producing children on a whim. I don't see why his death atop a woman is shocking. He slept off after a while. By the time he woke up, the sun was going down. Creak. The door opened. Asher's eyes narrowed. He reached out for his sword, and as he turned, he saw Mary with a tray. On the tray was a steaming cup of hot milk. How did you know what I wanted? He took the cup. Mary smiled. She was more afraid Asher would question her for entering without knocking. You do know that both the Ashbourne males and females were warriors. I don't want to swing swords and get all sweaty. Asher turned his head toward her. But you get sweaty cleaning. That's different. Asher chuckled. Asher, I want to stay in Nineveh. She said it softly. Do you think I'm driving you away from my sight? He turned to face her. Mary nodded. Well, I was, but it will be safer for you here. However, you're still coming with me. The people need to know their lord has an elder sister. Name, Mary Ashbourne. Age, 23. Rank, Iron Talent, Mythical Eagle Wings. B. Job, None. Loyalty, 95. Talent description, with this active talent, the individual can summon a pair of golden brown eagle wings, which would be able to aid flight and also act as a shield. Have you seen your talent? Mary nodded. Swoosh. Wings sprouted out of her back, and she flapped them softly. Asher felt a gentle breeze caressing his face. Have you tried to fly? Mary shook her head. When she saw Asher look toward his window, fear gripped her. Fortunately for her, someone knocked on the door. Knock. Knock. Lord Asher, the moon is out. It's time to train. It was Alex. Several kilometers away from the stronghold of Nineveh, the sounds of neighing horses could be heard. A group of 10 riders on muscular pitch-black horses stopped before the ruins of the Raging Bear tribe. They all wore hats that looked similar to straw hats, and their armor was made of different parts of several beasts. All 10 of them looked imposing. "Wasn't there a tribe here a year ago?" The one that seemed to be their leader asked with a gruff tone.